5 here with a bit of a late start. All my fault. Always would be, of course. I mean, anybody else. Hope everything's working right. That didn't super work right. Let me refresh that over there. Yeah, okay. And had a bit of problem with the audio yesterday. I don't know why, but hopefully it's working good today.
Befehle?
Fuck. Yes, I recognize.
Angetreten. Bereit.
I'm gonna do a little bit of management here before.
Ausrücken. 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 Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ausrücken.
Now, how is our production done? Logistics, okay. Anti-tank cars. We have lots of artillery. Modest amount of infantry equipment. Rocks, yay. Rocks, we'll see. Maybe overbuilding. That would be better than not building enough, of course. Medium tanks. Let's go in and look at this. And if we were to convert one of these armored battalions to medium and save it. Oh, okay. We could do that. Just wanted to make sure to do that. So that does though mean we will want more armored battalions or more tanks for them. Okay, we've got a fair amount in production. We're already in 39, January 39. Wait, let's see. We're in January 39. We've yet to get Austria in. I think we're doing the national. Yeah, Auslush. Okay. We may be starting the war slightly late. That is my normal inclination, anyways. But hey, is that hello? That's Arno is here. Very good, Arno. You have arrived. That's great, my friend. Thank you for the help yesterday on Slytherin's channel. It was very much appreciated. Okay, we're about ready to get that, so we may want to do that fairly soon. Okay. Modify officer. And spiraling's here. Very good. Very, very good. Okay. We could do elastic defense. Maybe save some of this to do for once I start recording. And Federico Vargo, how you doing? And Road Manor's here. Very good. Good to have you guys here. What do the Reichskommissar focus do? Ah, okay. It has been a long time since I've played vanilla stuff here. I believe you're talking about oh, they're in here somewhere, I think. Anti-Comintern pack. What I think they do, again, like I say, it's been quite a while since I've played this, is set up puppet states. Where are they? Left. Here, yes. Okay, so you see Reichskommissariats for Norwegian, Netherlands, Belgian, Nordfrankreich, because they Germany separated out. Well, I think they sort of separated out main sort of France from North France, and then they also had, Vichy France below that, Reich Ostland and Ukraine. So these will set up puppet states for you, Netherlands, Norway, Netherlands. Now the historical one was sort of occupation zone here, was sort of like that didn't quite get down to Paris. So I don't know if it's going to do that, if it's going to grab much more of France. And then Ostland would just be sort of in the east, and then Ukraine would be here. And so you'll have puppet states to help deal with things like occupation zones. It very well may be a useful national focus to do once you get to that. And Toy Jet is here. Very good. Why not just capture Astrakhan instead of Stalingrad? Even good right flank. Hello, Sede Bila. How you doing? Well, okay. How do I put this? This is further away than this. Unlike, I believe, from the railway maps that I've seen, let's go to supply mode, we'll see this. Unlike the railway maps, the railway maps I've seen, unlike this, has a railroad going down this side of the Volga, here. So, if you come and capture here, you have a huge flank to defend, okay? But if you they focused, in my opinion, I don't know if you've seen some of my earlier stuff, but I've talked about, I always think that they got way too focused on the city of Stalingrad, when the objective is to cut river access secondarily, but primarily rail access through here, because you have to remember, and I don't know, I'm pretty sure the Volga freezes over enough that it becomes unusable. So in the winter, this stops being a supply route in reality. So you want to cut the rail links here, because if you cut the rail links here, in reality, unlike the game maybe, this whole area is nothing you're going to move huge armies across and supply. So if you cut here, your flank sort of ends here. But if you cut here, you have all of this extended area to defend, where here you just really have to strongly defend is sort of here. But you have to defend somewhere along here anyways. It's just adding all of this. So I very much think they should have looped around Stalingrad instead of bashing their head into it. So Hitler also been fixated because of the name. Yeah, spiraling, but I think that develops as the battle develops and the propaganda. I don't think, and again, I'm not sure, and maybe you've read something or watched a good documentary that specifically looks at something. That Hitler talks about it prior, Stalingrad, as a significant thing prior to, Case Blue, I forget, to the push into the Caucasus before. Now, once the battle starts, you're absolutely right, spiraling. He does become fixated on having the city. But prior to that, I don't think it's in his consciousness that there's I'm not saying he doesn't know about it, and I'm not saying when he looks at a map doesn't see it, but it doesn't seem like it's a, must take because Stalin's name on it. Okay, all right, now, Toy Jet are having, the internet says the Volga is ice-free for, years. Well, but that's in Astrakhan. That's down here on the Caspian. I don't know how far south it freezes here, but it's also it's the ability to move supplies and troops on it. And I don't know through the winter how good, because I know a bunch of these rivers freeze over enough that you can drive tanks across them. I am not an expert on what and what years and how bad. The original case blue barely mentioned Stalingrad. Okay, hello, Frederico. I don't know if I've seen you around here much, Federico Varga. I know a little bit, but welcome. Only bombard it a bit, not even take it. Yeah, and so it's the objective is to cut the rail links and secondarily the shipping links here. That is the objective. I don't know if it's well known, but I saw a documentary on it. The Soviets, well before the start of Case Blue, the Soviets wire up the oil infrastructure, including the wells down here in Baku, to blow with dynamite. And they continue working with all the dynamite stuck around. It's, I'm not going to say it's safe, but it's, nothing major tragic happens, so it's not that dangerous. More than just the oil rigs are dangerous as they are, but I don't know if Germany would have captured as much oil as they think. I've come to the conclusion that it probably wouldn't have been this free flow of oil that we have there. Oh, David or Strongarm, how you doing? I am you people with multiple names. I'm trying to keep you all straight. So yeah, like I was talking yesterday on Slytherine's channel, I'm not saying that this is the best strategy, but I've come to believe that a good strategy would have been, instead of focusing on Moscow for the initial Barbarossa, focus very heavily on getting Leningrad, which would anchor your northern flank, allow, because you really can't turn this flank here, because again, as you can see, yes, and I know they cut off Leningrad from any direct connection here, and then they use Ladoga, I believe is how you pronounce it, lake here, both ice roads basically in winter and shipping in summer to feed Leningrad. But you have to defend here, and you can see the rail links coming up to this area, and I believe this sort of from via Moscow link, not into the city, but up to the front here is always going, where if you cut, got to sort of here and cut that off, you no longer have to defend from here, and you can try to do some sort of attack just to get out here and cut the rail links here to Murmansk, and you've got the northern flank secured. I'm talking Barbarossa first season, and a push really hard down, which they did do down into here, but to secure this area here and only push in the center as far as it's easy to go, so that season 2 of Barbarossa, how we like to do things here, would be a drive up from here and a down from here in a pincer movement. That's what I think. Now, I'm not saying it's the best or would have worked, but it's what I'm saying is maybe should have been done instead of what was done. Britannic Encyclopedia says the Volga freezes 200 days a year, but doesn't specify. Yeah, you come and go. Okay, cool. And so yeah, it's an interesting thing, but still, if it's Freezes 200 days a year. Yeah. And where and when. Now, I don't know. I don't know if it's been determined if the rivers stop being supply sources. Because you do know, and I know some of you have played deeper in so far than I have, but you do know that rivers, if you control both sides of the riverbank all the way, are a supply source in this game now. So if you only control one side of the river, you know, not both sides, supplies won't flow through. But I don't know what happens if it freezes. So that will be interesting. Okay, well, let's make an episode and get things going, but I still want to interact with you guys on chat here. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 with my continuing look at Hearts of Iron 4's No Step Back DLC with the new mechanisms, and I'm evaluating it. Yes, I know many of you have played further in than I have at this point. Just busy life and sort of saving it to play here on the weekends. So, we can invite to faction, or it looks like we can. Hungry here, and I want to do that. They will accept, it says. Very good. I think an early invasion with a focus on the Mediterranean without the Battle of Britain would succeed in the original Barbarossa was on me. Yeah, I too believe a Mediterranean front would have been a better option. Another thing I was looking at before starting this, we can come over here, come to here, and switch this out with medium tanks and have we have one extra tank, so we'll do that. Now, the other thing I want to look at, and I haven't looked at, if we were to come here, anti-tank support, and this may be stopping. No, we have about half, so I'm not going to do that just yet. Currently, we are producing anti-aircraft guns through here. I'm going to, so when that's done, let's put on 2 more military centers, and because we sort of know that's coming, let's add 1 more anti-tank gun there, and because we're going to need more, well, that's a lot, we're just we're ramping up a day, maybe that's good enough. I don't know. March 39, we'll get our first railway gun. Well, yeah, let's, can't hurt to have too many tanks. We'll get that going. So, and officer corps, yes, okay, we can do another land doctrine. Very good. We'll unload that. And do we spend now? Yeah, we'll do that. That may be pushing a little ahead. Here we can't really do anything there. Air doctrines, we're not doing much with that. And how are things with Japan? We have an advisor out here. Okay. They've successfully taken the greater Beijing area. They got a nice defensive river to sit along here. They're pushing here. Don't know if they'll push into the communists very well. What they should be doing, yes, I know I'm not fighting that battle, but they should really be seeing about a naval invasion, whether down here at Nanjing or all the way down, somewhere down here, just to create another front to sort of push on. What does a railway gun do in the game? Is it a strategic weapon or like, it's a unit on the map as far as I understand. Just curious. Yes, this was a 1936 start. And I am still learning the new stuff here. So let's let the clock roll for a little bit. They refused our offer, said we would get it. Okay, not paid licenses. Okay, they're not paying us. Oh well, I'm not going to complain. or do anything about it. Insufficient resources. Okay, only 2 down. Not enough that I want to... Start another thing. Make up a civilian factory just for it. Okay, we're getting through the aircraft, Luft, black zones. Oh, we can do this. Well, I like this better, I think. Well, okay, hold on just a second. No, there's something here that I want to do. Okay, centralized control. Okay, it's just this now. Yeah, alright. Very good. And... okay, we're in 39, so no, really meant to sort of click there. Okay, construction to get more resources, or this, resources I should say. Let's do this, because I want to get more resources coming in. But I want to see, or know how the railway guns work in a practical sense. The Dutch M39. Not even sure what that is, but you Europeans from little countries think your little toys are somehow the best.
All right. Ausrücken!
National focus completed. On solution with Austria. Okay, so we now have Austria. I think it's 1939, so it's time for the Atlantic Wall.
Bereit!
Let's build another army here. Yeah, I guess so.
Ihre Befehle!
But
Bereit zum Ausrücken!
whoever got... Whoever decided that the primary default color is just going to be this god-awful turquoise or whatever you want to call it. God. Paradox,
Bereit
please.
zum Ausrücken!
I know I can change it, but it means I have to go in and constantly change the damn shit. Whoever did the color palette for these should be fired. I want to say something more harsh, but
Achtung!
okay. Unassigned, yes, unassigned to Gerb's brigade. Let's scrap that.
Bereit zum
This and
Ausrücken!
this. Wait, let's bait in essence a core here. Okay, do we have Deedle, is it? I guess he's just in the mods. Okay. Now, okay, and well, the Gerb's brigade is better. So let's come over here and cannot change to this template because that would cause us to exceed our... Okay, well, they won't let us do bigger special forces right now. Bummer. And again, I have to go in and change this. Oh, God. I know I don't have to, but God, it looks so ugly. Look it up and what the Dutch can offer you. Planning to start the war in this playthrough. Well, planning to get to the war. I hope to. I don't know if today, but I do hope. Hello, Lord Samuel. Well, cool. Final Fantasy 14, cool. Hello, Exurgent. Yes, we're playing Hoi 4, but you know what? Now it has railroads, and it's really cool. Doing the dailies with my guild. Yeah, I hear you. Yes, war today. Well, we'll try get there. Okay, well, we now have even more factories because we got the Austrian ones. I know it doesn't look good, this whole, big giant army soldiers and map and whatnot, but this isn't so terrible, Exurgent. Okay, well, okay, we're gonna need more. We need more would be the easy answer. Bombers, fighters. Anti-tank guns, I just think we need to spam out more of those things. Let's do 3 factories of that. What might I be? I know we don't have flat guns in our units yet. Oh, heavy fighters would be nice to have too. Okay, so we'll get 2 of those factories up and working. Hello, technologists. Use your political power. Yeah, I should. Like the infamous air zones for the missions. Yeah, no, I don't like the air zones. Let's see, now we need to trade here. We need 10 more, so let's just go for 8 more for the moment. With Sweden. Now, yeah, political power. Speed, reliability. Let's go with speed. Do we try to get one of our... Okay, Armor Genius. A mix of Rommel with his armor division attack and Schroner with infantry division would be very good. So let's get Schroner starting off, which we can do so now. I heard the transport planes are meta for supply. Very well could be. Hello, Ari.
Ihre Befehle.
How do I put this? Germany had the airlift capacity to do strategic levels of air transport for supplies. They did have that. But it also cost them so much. And I don't mean like as in money or fuel. I mean as in losses of aircraft and pilots around for that. And some of the early pockets they did all right with, but with Stalingrad that was hugely costly and somewhat costly early on as they're trying to do some of it out of Crete, more costly as they're doing it in North Africa. Britain does not, to my knowledge, have enough aircraft to do strategical, transport aircraft to do strategical air supply. until the Americans are supplying it, supplying the aircraft. So later in the war, yes, but that's in essence America doing it. I mean, just with British pilots and whatnot, they're helping out. And of course, America does, but really, most on a strategic level, really most of these nations do not have the ability to do strategical supplies. Okay, well, let's theaters. Create another group. Oh no, I didn't. I want you up here.
Ihre Befehle?
Yes, let's create with you. There we go. Who is Carl Escalade? That's a generic photo. Is that a real person? I don't think so. Not sure.
Angetreten.
All right. Uncle Sam, yes. Okay, Lord Samuel, have a good day. Forklift, yes. The thing that will win World War II. Yes. No, it's a super weapon for America. The thing that shoots the artillery shells is sexy, I know, artillery pieces. But if you don't get enough artillery rounds to the guns, then they don't shoot them. Following return of the Russia now shares a border with Yugoslavia. The government of Prince Paul has been fairly quiet about their stance. Proposed reordering of Europe. Perhaps we should remind them. We'll put the squeeze on them, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Now we're getting a bunch of this done. We're gonna get some more. We got a lot of fuel. Good. That is good. How much rubber are we importing currently? Importing 8. So let's see about doing 2 more synthetic factories. And let's put one up here and one out there. I look, Karl Esker, he was Austro-Hungarian army and the Austrian one before joining the United States. Okay, so he's a real person, but that is just a generic image. Thank you, Ari. Yeah.
Zuhören.
Okay, so we have the Austrian army's mountain cores, basically. Fuel refining, good. We'll get to there, but let's get production up and going.
Achtung!
Just in case the Czechs try something. We're doing the West Wall. We want the West Wall before we push on Sudeten lands. Okay, we need more manpower in the German army. So let's come over to here. I know it's early, no, they won't be well trained. And yes, we will get to playing some war stuff and seeing how it's going, but this is as much about experimenting as anything else.
Zuhören!
And out here in the east. This Manpintel?
Achtung!
Yeah, okay. That's him out there. Well, read another command. Maybe not. No, let's just give them to Manpintel.
Befehle! Ausrücken!
Now that should, once we're ready, yeah, allow us to start pushing here. But you don't want to push here until you have that done, in my opinion. I know we were a bit late on the clock, but hey. Checkmate, yes, yes. If Japan joins Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in 1939 with Germany to get some oil and allow the Reds to take over some of China, like Poland, the U.S. embargo will not hurt them as much before joining the German war. Interesting. Is that in the game now? I mean, how fucking fantasy land does fucking Paradox want to get? Yeah! Japan would join the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact and get oil from the commies because, yeah, Japan, like, yeah, wait a minute. They fought a war with the Soviet Union or whatever you want to call it. I mean, it was just a border war. We call it a skirmish because it wasn't like the big war, but up in Khalkhin Gol, the Japanese didn't do so well. Yeah, the Japanese wouldn't. And why would the Soviets care about it? You know what? You know, like this. What would the Soviets care about Japan and Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact? That sounds ridiculous. Japan is in the historically wants to be in the anti-Comintern Pact, which is anti-communist. God damn, if that's in the game, oh shit. Now this is why people like Exergen out here. One of the reasons, not the only one, but one of the reasons why people like Exergen doesn't want to be anywhere near Boy 4 because of all this fucking fantasy stuff, and why we need to mod it the hell out. But even the Germans and the Japanese would fight between who would get the oil. Both sides would get less overall. Not saying that that is remotely doable. Okay, let's take a look at this for a minute. And Aries bringing up a good point. Can we quickly come over here and see the tree? Here, Japan, national unknown, national focus. Don't know where it might be. Yeah, I know they done that. Manchurian. I don't know. I mean, I know they have the whole, weird fantasy stuff, but oh, just an idea from you. Okay. So if they're not doing that, well then we don't need to. But yeah, as Aries says, there's no interest, and there's also very little. What are they going to do? How are they going to get the oil to Japan? Seriously, how are they going to get the oil from here to Japan? What? Put it on the the railways, the Siberian Railway, they don't have enough railway capacity to do more, really, quite honestly, than supply the needs of the Soviets out here. So they're going to have to put it on ships, you know, especially once the war breaks out. How are they going to get it to Japan, you know, through the Suez Canal or out here and all the way around, you know, even from, you know, if, yeah, that just is just, that's just weird fantasy. That's, you know, what if Superman were to show up? Yeah, I know. What if Superman were to show up? No, not all of you. I just want to be there.
Bereit.
No.
Angetreten. Ausrücken. Ausrücken.
Come down there. Yeah. What if the Greeks won World War One? Yeah. They'd move their capital. Would they have moved their capital from Athens to Constantinople? I don't know. But yeah, it's just there's reasons why things happened the way they did. Some of them are geographical. Some of them are ideological. We're on millions of rickshaws. Yeah. Okay. So we're getting some more with combination of getting 2 more of these and no, not here. What am I doing? Still waking up. That's what I'm doing. And this with 1 more rubber and more oil refineries. I'm not saying it's going to be enough, but it'll be a reasonable amount. Obviously, we will continue to pursue down here. So we're going to be getting more civilian factories as we get into Czechoslovakia. So I think now is more the time to build military factories. And yeah, we're getting, I don't think that's enough, but we're getting considerable amount there. Ignoring transport planes for the moment. But I'll tell you right now, and I don't know if other people have made videos on this, I really don't know how much is needed for things like how many trains do we need, how many fighters do we need, the new thing. Okay, 1 more fighter, and we'll do another foot support, just try to keep that up and going once we get another slot for it. Put the sure they had Zeus. Zeus is the trademark of Disney and Paradox. Hey, Beam Slam. Got another motorbikes division here. Rommel has 4 divisions. Guderian has 4 divisions. One of Guderian's is just an infantry division left over from, and he'll keep it from the Spanish Civil War. So now we'll have 4 divisions of quick units. Ah, there we go. We now have a railway gun. Let's move it to here. I want to see this thing. We have a railway gun. Eisenbahn battery 712. Bombardment, max speed, hit points, supply usage. Uses 1,000 men. But now we have a railway gun. Is IKB here? He has a railway gun. Well, we're going to move it to where the railway gun should be, facing the fortifications down here. They, of course, can only move along railways. And see this. Oh, man. You know, and I don't know if Exergen is still around here. The oil is full. Okay, yeah, we'll do something about that in a second. Who I've been working with and upgrading TRE. So I know some of his thoughts on things. But the one thing that would really, to me, lock in Hoi 4 over Hoi 3 would be if strategic movement had to operate like I'm operating this train. Like, if this unit wants to strategically move up to here, because notice they even have it, they even use a little railway thing. It can just move this way, right? But there's no rail links there. It would have to move, since it is starting on a railroad, it'd have to come along here and then to there. Now, just to have railway movement speeds, have lift capacity, which would be nice, or whatever, and get up to there. But if you're starting here, you would have to first walk to a railroad and then strategically move. That would make all this. They use the K5 railway gun known as NZO and yes, which they use. Yeah, the Carl Gustav thingy here is way too big. And didn't happen until later. Land doctrines. Yeah, we'll do that, I guess. Using up our points, but it's good. So yeah, this would be great if this was... Okay, and we see its bombardment range is this big circle. Obviously, that's way too big. I'm guessing that's what it is. Way too big, but... Okay, well, hold it. Let's just move it to here. Instead of putting it on the front line, we'll put it here. And I'll try to bombard the front once we get to war with France. I know, okay. So it doesn't have organization. Okay. Interesting. And yes, people, I know I'm just getting here. Okay, and yes, my fuel was full. So what we can do here is well, let's just cut back. No, by one. Don't want to end Romania's importation. We should do another silo. I know it will once we get through some of this. Let's put it back there. Wait. Okay. Interesting they have that there now.
Befehle?
West wall's nearly done. Do Sudetenland. Should probably get us some more factories. Okay. Building a second railway gun, that's fine. We're just going to do 2 factories with that. I think more fighters. Okay, west wall complete. And insta fortresses! Yay! Okay, and they've sort of announced that the likely next major regional expansion will be Italy for the game here. And so I know they've changed this from the beginning, and obviously they've changed this a little bit for this release. Like I say, I know I keep saying this, but it's been a long time since I played vanilla, meaning more than a year since I played vanilla. So I don't know all of, there's some detailed changes, but I don't know if there's major ones. And so I have to look at what I'm going through here now. And I get their point that they talked about years ago now, that this whole thing was meant so that you needed to make choices. Couldn't do everything. Okay, that's fine. I'm not against that idea, but we're looking right now, we're at April 1939. Well, Gross Raumrichtsschaft, maybe that came a bit later, maybe, I don't think so. Definitely the 4-year plan would have been done, autarky would have been done, Göringwerks, KDF wagon, those would have all been, the Reich Autobahn would have been done by this point, getting the national focus. Did a lot on liquefaction and synthetic rubber all at the same time. So this extra research slot that I drove towards doesn't seem unreasonable to do. Army innovations, haven't done air innovations yet. Okay, Treaty of the Soviet Union, that would have been done. Another Army innovations, fine. Haven't done the anti-Comintern pact. It takes way too long. Okay. Naval rearmament, they were definitely doing this stuff for sure before this period. So, yeah, okay. Sudetenland happened in 38. That, I think 38 also. Fate of Czechoslovakia, early 39, right about now, or before. So we would have been to here historically. And so to get 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, we'd have to get rid of 4 of these. Don't know if we would have had, historically, if we would have had align Hungary. They tried to align Romania, and Romania said, fuck off. They eventually, of course, come around, but they definitely, by this time, had the anti-Comintern pact in effect. Not, we could talk about, obviously they never did Z-plan, though they do this down here. And so this is maybe more of a 1940s stuff, U-boat effort, sure. If we're looking, and we can forget all this out here, that this is just weird fantasy stuff. So, I don't know, befriend Japan is definitely what Hitler was doing. Germany, prior to Hitler coming to power, was befriending China. For the first years, Hitler is reasonably balanced between the two, but once the war with China comes out, he definitely moves into befriend Japan. They would have been doing at least one level of air innovations. So I don't get, I get the idea that can't do everything, but hey, Daniel Nunes, how you doing? But yeah, this just seems a little off. Got my hair cut today for my dance, got a mullet and got it turned. Cool. Cool. Didn't know anybody still did those. Also, the game is getting fixed. Make sure to download the patches. Yeah, I think I have everything on auto update for this. Bila, do you think if China somehow performs better that he would have? No, it was ideological with Hitler. Japan had a long, or no, sorry, Germany had a long-standing relationship with China. I know China goes to war with Germany during World War One to get this back, but and there's still a sort of German village, German town here that I don't think there's hardly any Germans living in it, but it's sort of kept as a quaint tourist town for the Chinese, and it's a lot of the original German built buildings are there, and it's sort of like Germantown in China. Mao Zedong stayed there for a week or something once and whatnot. So even before that, Germany's relation, during relation with China wasn't so terrible. Yeah, they were part of the, anti-Boxer rebellion and whatnot, but it wasn't so bad. And then during the 20s, I forget the general's name, but a German general is basically sent out there and organizes up a lot of the Chinese army and helps the nationalists. And he dies, I think in either 1935 or early 1936. I think it's 35. And then there's another guy that his sort of, executive officer takes over. And Germany is selling things like Panzer Is to the Chinese, and basically equips Division 88 and a couple of other divisions, but Division 88 is a well German trained division. Through to the end of the war, at least you'll see some sort of the elite Chiang Kai-shek troops back here still wearing the German helmets. Division 88 and a few of the other divisions get destroyed in the fighting for Nanjing, but they got the Flak 88 guns, and they've got Pak 36s, and fairly well trained for Chinese units. Chiang Kai-shek's adopted son, it's I think from wife first marriage or something, I don't know, but his adopted son is in the German army in 1939. In 1938, he's commanding a panzer platoon as it invades Czechoslovakia. Now we talk about call it occupation. Well, it was a military invasion that was unopposed, meaning there was basically no shots fired. I'm not going to say no gun goes off, but it's peaceful in the sense that it is not opposed, and the Czechoslovakia just hand over all the equipment and go through an orderly process. But it is done as a tactical invasion. He commands a panzer platoon. Panzer Is or Panzer Is, I'm not sure, and goes through that. So he's treated as a higher ranking officer than a platoon commander. He's also goes through the elite, not just the mountain corps, the Gebirgsjäger training, but there's a higher rank, or there's a higher achievement badge for go through a special advanced mountain training course. He gets it, and I don't think they just hand it to him because he's Chiang Kai-shek's son. You go through, it's a high altitude alpine training thing. He goes through that course and gets that. So he is a qualified panzer warfare leader trained up by the Germans, and he's a qualified mountain warfare specialist, okay? And he only really leaves German service, I think it's before the invasion of Poland starts, but it's definitely around that time he finally leaves because it's politically not good, because various things, there's all the world tension, China's being hit, Germany's more and more aligned with China, but and he goes back. Now he ends up he survives, he dies of old age in Taiwan. He does not He's not given any frontline commands, and I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing. In the sense, I think he is probably more qualified than most of the Chinese generals fighting to lead a modern warfare, but he stays back with Chiang Kai-shek as a sort of high-ranking staff officer, and who's politically reliable. Chiang Kai-shek is always worried about some other Chinese general or group of generals trying to bump him off and take over. So maybe he is more of a stabilizing influence, and he's seen by Chiang Kai-shek and crew as being one of Chiang Kai-shek's guys. So he's reliable in that sense. So maybe he's doing a better job organizing things up behind here. And since China's main strategy at that point, especially once Nanjing and whatnot falls, is not to overly aggressively challenge Japanese major army commands. Fight, yes. If they push, fight, yes. But retreat, withdraw, keep your forces alive, try to protect, keep a China alive. Because by that stage, they're hoping, in 39, 40, they're hoping for eventual European, once the general war breaks out in Europe, hoping the rest of Europe gets in it. Obviously, by 42, they're in it. So by that point, China's just, we just got to survive. America's going to win the war for us. We just got to survive. So it's maybe good that he doesn't go onto the front lines, because if he goes onto the front lines and not loses battles, maybe not so much gets killed, but loses battles, you lose esteem, lose face, as they would say in China. So this sort of tells you how close China, and this is up until 1939, Chiang Kai-shek's adopted son is functionally in the German army. And he has sort of a low rank, but I keep seeing, less than 10 photos that I've seen of him, but I'm sure there's more. But he's sitting around with majors and colonels in officers' clubs or whatnot. So he's treated as an officer socially, shall we say. But he's given just commanding a platoon of tanks for the invasion, and he's trained. He goes through Panzer training school too, as well as mountain training school. And I'm sure he's getting these different schools because of who he is and not, just normal practice. But that sort of tells you the relationship that Germany had been having with China. Now, Hitler is influenced partially by, Ohashi or something like that. I'd have to look at the name. Is one of the Japanese ambassadors or diplomats to, so they have several, there's some official ambassadors, but then there's also special envoys that are there as well. And Hitler is really given a propaganda press by the Japanese about the samurai. And Hitler really starts to identify with the samurai. And the Nazi, ideologically, the Nazis, not the Germans, I try to use my language very carefully, very much want to align with Japan and the samurai ethos that they perceive is there, and it is there. And Japan, if you look at their internal propaganda, shall we say, at the time, in the 30s, in the 40s, through the war, but in the 30s, and quite possibly before, but most of the stuff I've been looking at in the 30s, they are virulently racist, okay? I mean, Asia is still a very racist world by Western standards. Asia in total is very racist by Western standards. Mostly today's racism, it's just a superiority racism. It's not a hate racism, meaning they don't hate Africans. They just think that they're inferior peoples. They're not as good as us, kind of idea that they have. Where Nazis or the Ku Klux Klan or something, they hate other groups. So there's different types of racism out there in the world, obviously. But during during this period, Japanese view themselves very much like the Aryans viewed themselves, and I'm using those terms for the Nazis, as a, and they had a weird creation myth, and that they are the first peoples and whatnot that they were putting out. So it's conflicting with the Nazis, but they're trying to say that they're some sort of super race on the planet, and they should dominate the other things in conquest. And so this I'm talking is internal propaganda that's being put out in Japan. And I think it's mostly being bought into by the Japanese people. And so this very much, although it's conflicting with the Nazis, is, iced world theory, the Aryan super race of the past and the lowly humans below them, blah, 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 blah. That's one story. Japan has, and I forget right now what it is, but I've read the thing, a different, it's not ice world, but a different sort of super race past kind of thing. So yeah, they're in conflict in that way, but they're completely aligned in the sense that they see themselves as the dominant super race out on the planet, and so they're in agreement there. And I think to a large degree, Hitler does not want to be, and I think he thinks it's bad if they become, I'm using both of these things, Britain, or the British Empire, I should say, because I'm trying to use my words and language here very carefully when I'm talking about this stuff. He does not want to become the British Empire. So I don't know if you why do I just blank on things? The series that was on that Germany and Japan dominate the world, in America and whatnot, whatever the series. Hitler does not want Germany to be that. Hitler does not want and it's not just because we definitely have the sort of Napoleonism or Alexander the Greatism, yeah, I just want to conquer this. Wow, that happened easy. Well, what if we get the next one and then the next one? Ever expanding goals. Yes, there is that. But Hitler also has an ideology. And although it may not be super fixed like a rock and never moves, because it does move a bit, but he very much wants to see the German people sort of be separate and pure and whatnot. And separated from other groups. He tolerates, is how I would put it, because I've seen photographs of thousands of people, maybe even into 10 plus thousands, but thousands of people gathered in rallies or demonstrations or events for the Reich Colonial Bund, which is Ritter von Epp's Nazi organization. Is part of the official Nazi organization that wants, return of the German colonies. I've never once seen Hitler or Hess or Goering or Himmler or any of these other Nazis at any of these other rallies or any of these Reich Colonial Bunds. I've never seen him once at any of those. Mullet is back, coolest haircut ever. Okay, David. Keith Richards mullet. See what I mean? Yeah. So I keep thinking of Billy Ray Cyrus's mullet. And, okay, I'm a Californian. I have my own prejudices on fashion, I'm sure. Though I'm not, a fashionista, but okay. Don't hate me for what I think looks good or not. So Hitler and the top Nazis never go anywhere near that I've seen, any photographs of these Reich colonial boons. So why are they in existence? Because they take up a fair amount of resource. And again, if you look at my mod Tanganyika, it explores the phenomenon of it. I will say two things that I think why they tolerate it, why Hitler tolerates it. One is he's tolerating it because it doesn't hurt his base movement, and he, like politicians everywhere, wants support from everybody. So the more support, the better. So you got these, return our colonies, yay, people, they're supporting me, fine, great. The other aspect I think Hitler wants is pressure on Britain and France, so that he goes, look, I've got these guys in my country, they want their colonies back. What are you, in a diplomatic negotiation someday? I'm putting this out as a theory. I don't know, because I don't really, I've in every biography that I've ever read, and I've read, 6 or more biographies on Hitler, including John Toland's, 2-volume set and other ones. I've never heard a reference that Hitler's referring to the Reich Colonial Bund or anything like that. So I'm guessing this is just my educated guess. And now I don't know whether the authors come across references where he makes in some table talk that was recorded, because some of the, I don't mean audio recorded, I mean people taking notes. There are some people that took notes that what Hitler talked about today at the dinner table or something like that. Whether there's notes somewhere in there, because again, I don't read German, so I'm not reading the originals, and I know some of the stuff's been translated in English, but I just haven't read it all. I've read people that have quoted some of these things, and I've read those, but those are just a few of the events. So I don't know whether he is quoted about it somewhere and they just left it out, but I figured if it was important, they would have referred to it. So basically Hitler is ignoring these people. So I'm guessing he's like, hey, if they aren't doing any harm, let them do their thing. And hey, this might be useful when I'm going into negotiation with France. We'll go, hey, let us have Poland, let us have whatever, because Hitler thinks even if there's war with France over Poland, he's going to be able to and Britain, he's going to maybe be able to negotiate a settlement. I've gone into some of this. Hello, Plastic Gangsta. He's going to be able to negotiate a peace settlement at some point. He thinks he can, or before the war starts. He thinks he might be able to, and in the early days, then the war starts, he thinks he might be able to negotiate a peace settlement. I think he's thinking like, hey, I've got these, radicals, these fanatics, these whatever that want to get back Tanganyika, Southwest Africa, Cameroon, and what is this? Is this Togo? Want to get this back? Well, I'll give up any claims forever if you just let us have this stuff in the East. So I think he's thinking of it as a bargaining chip. But I don't think Hitler wants to have Germans ruling over Africans or any of these other groups of people. He does want to see periodically, as in every other generation or something like that, moving further and further east, sort of like in the... He wants to see Germany to be sort of like America was, in that America expands across the continent. He wants to expand across this continent. But I don't think he sees this as sort of what is Russia here. He doesn't see coming down, in the 1,000 years. He doesn't see coming down into China or India. He sees, pushing in the 1,000-year Reich. He sees pushing to here. Now, what's beyond the 1,000-year Reich? Who knows? And I'm sure Hitler doesn't really have any coherent thoughts on that. But so he doesn't. So if Japan has a big Asian empire, That's not going to be in conflict with the core. Maybe. And the Reichskolonialbund is making noise about lost German territories out here, but that's also something they don't pay attention to. And of course, Japan's an ally. Hello, Neutron. I'll get to the chat in a minute. So, as he pushes there, it's not going to be in conflict. So he can have, Japanese group of racists ruling Asia. He's ruling here. And he wants Britain to continue to be sort of the colonial empire that rules the other parts of the world. And that's what he wants to have happen. At least that's my view of how I'm doing it. Let's see what the chat's saying. This game does look good. All those generals along the bottom. Yeah, they're getting pretty good. We now have... and they're talking about bringing back corps generals, but we have army groups and army generals. They're talking about bringing back corps. They're not going to be on the maps like they are in Hearts of Iron 3, but they're just going to be organized here. I hope they will also come down and actually give divisional generals into that, I hope. What's the list of generals? Well, so you see, this is von Rundstedt's corps. I just highlighted all of his units. This is... von Kluge's corps, army group with, I'm sort of using this as a corps here, with Guderian and Rommel as the sort of mobile / panzers, and this is because you can only have 5 armies under the army group, so starting another army group here with 2 more armies. So they're sort of somewhere in between being a corps and a army kind of thing. Hello. It's called ducting. Yes, how you doing? Hitler was absolutely convinced that there would not be war over Poland. He was absolutely convinced. I would disagree, Plastic Gangsta. I would disagree. I'll talk about that in a moment, but not just yet here. I guess Hitler was satisfied if Mussolini would have Africa in Italy's zone of interest. Yeah, well, see, he's not worried about the details. Hitler. He's not worried about the details. He is perfectly fine, in my opinion. Again, and I know some of you guys are new here. Just to give you a little bit of background, I've read a lot of books on the Nazis. I actually took a course in university specifically on Hitler, an upper division seminar course. Not just a lecture course, but a seminar course in which you write a detailed paper. And my paper was written on his rise to power. And yes, I got an A in the course and the paper. So I have a fairly good knowledge of Hitler. But it's imperfect, and I'm sure I label what I do here as commentary because I don't have notes and specific facts. I'm just working off memory. So I'm sure I'm getting something wrong. Hitler is perfectly willing, though, if after the war starts, to negotiate a peace with Britain, okay? And he's perfectly willing to screw Italy over. In the sense that even if Italy takes Egypt, if the price of peace with Britain is giving Egypt back to Britain, he'll do it. And Italy can't, can't really do too much about it because Italy cannot defeat Britain militarily on its own. Now, if Britain needs to be crushed, to invaded and conquered, well, sure, he's very willing to have Italy control the Mediterranean, but he still wants, the British Raj, and he sees, the British Empire, as they would see it, as Australia and New Zealand. And are the Dutch going to be a thing after everything is said and done, or are they just going to be, Lower Germany or whatever, because it's lower down on the Rhine or something like that, maybe? And if that's going to happen, well, there's not going to be a Dutch East Indies. That would probably go over to somebody like Britain. Or the Japanese, quite possibly, depending on, I'm looking at Hitler's viewpoint, because Hitler in 1940 and even 1941 is still seeing Japan as this, and fighting in China. It's only after that period do they really start coming into these territories. And and yeah, if Japan conquers the British Raj, okay, he's going to be cool with that, but he doesn't really care about those kind of details. I mean, not that they don't interest him, it's just that isn't his ideological or strategic goals. That let it work itself out and figure itself out, and that's how he's going to do with that. So yeah, okay. We're going to end this episode, but not the live stream, so you don't need to go anywhere. But the episode, those watching later on YouTube, I would love to hear your views on all of this. So please post comments down below. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys, I'm going to save this and go grab a Coke, and I will be back, and I will address a couple of the things that were said here. Over Poland and France and whatnot. Should add the rattle tank. I don't know what the rattle tank is. The Rata tank. The big super naval gun thing that's sort of like a tank. Yeah, no, that's just silly. Cool, but silly. You can't drive it anywhere. Can't get it across. You could not get it across this river. So if you built it on this side of the river, you can't go to, what is this? The Oder? No, this is the Oder. Well, whatever. You couldn't get it. So if you built it on this side of the river, you couldn't get it over to the west. And if it's on the west, you couldn't get it to the east. Can't move it really anywhere. Can't move it on roads. Hitler would return it in a heartbeat. Yeah. Was Lebensraum in the east? Absolutely. The Elbe. Oh yeah, the Elbe. So you couldn't get it across the Elbe. No. Now you could try. Well, you could build this and float. Yeah, okay. I'm sure German engineering could figure out a way, but in the midst of a war, no. And so, but then if you're here, you can't get it across this river because no bridge could take it. And here, it's a cool piece of engineering, but it's a stupid, silly thing to actually have in the thing. And I wish they would mark these rivers. Podcats left the development team, and he said he liked the idea. Black Ice figured out how to do it, how to mark the rivers, but I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Do you think No Step Back made this game worthy successor to Hoi 3? It's definitely becoming that. I've only gotten this far. This is my first playthrough. And some of the people are saying, well, what about this? And what about this is over, this is unbalanced, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, to me, because I very early on in playing Hearts of Iron 3 went, God, this is fucked up. And moved over to mods. Once I got to Black Ice, I never really left Black Ice as a game. So if people say, "Oh, railway guns are overpowered," or this or that, yeah, that's all moddable. So those that are complaining about a particular this is too powerful, this is not powerful enough, this is other thing, I don't care about that, because whether I mod it eventually or I find mods that can do it right, that's what I care about. So I care about the base level mechanics of the game. The one thing that we can't mod is the smartness of the AI, and I will see how that goes. But yeah, so it's just sort of like, no to Paradox, Mark Rivers Gamer says, absolutely beams that. Because, yeah, I know the L, but I'm in the middle of talking about these stuff, and I gotta try to remember. Can't you just put a, Elb, and, I did remember the Volga earlier on when I was talking here, but, the Volga wanders all over the place, and some of these other rivers, and even if I sort of know some of them, yeah, I know the Rhine. It isn't very hard to miss. But, the Seine, just mark some of these things, which is the Seine, this one or this one. I don't know, once it gets past Paris. I don't know. I could look them up. Okay, Poland, invasion, Hitler. Hitler thought, and this is coming from stuff that I've read, and I can't quote him directly, but I can sort of paraphrase him. Or his thoughts on this. Hitler was primarily worried about what would the Soviets do if we invade Poland. That's why he has the Ribbentrop-Molotov pact signed. So he thinks there is a high likelihood of a Soviet intervention in one fashion or another if Germany invades Poland, and Hitler's going to invade Poland. So he does a deal with Stalin, through the Ribbentrop-Molotov pact. So secures that. Hitler knows, and he is actually gambling, that the Britain and France will not go to war. He thinks they will not go to war, but he knows it's a gamble, and he even says it in a couple occasions, and I can't quite quote and I'm talking, this is like private talk with either generals or, Speer and, the Goering and the other, close associates. But he knows it's a gamble over Poland on Britain and France. So he knows it's a possibility. It is for him a real possibility, not just a theory or it could happen, the sun could not rise tomorrow or something he might think too. No, he really thinks it might happen, but he thinks they will back down. So his bet is they will back down, but it's a bet, and he knows it's a bet and not in his mind, at least is what I'm saying, it's not a sure thing. Let's see, anything else? Yes, grabbing a Coke. Wow, look at the detailed towns and forests and air bases, bridges and trains. Yes, well, the bridges are now a thing because of the trains. So the train graphics that you're seeing just indicate that there's supply flowing, not that there's a train going there right at this moment, kind of thing. Trains now are in the production queue. You produce them. You can see them in the equipment queue here. Where are they? Here. It's the brown camouflage thing. We have 450 trains. So maybe I don't know how many you need, but the idea for supplies is you need to have. We can click here, get the supply, and you can see the thickness and thinness of supply routes, and you can build these up greater. And so you need two things to get supply somewhere. You need to have a big enough supply route, and you need to have enough trains to move the supplies. So if you just have a thin route, connecting somewhere way out here, and then stick a huge mass of armies out here, they'll starve of supplies and fuel. Okay, so you need to have. But if you have all your units all spread out, so they all got, supply lanes, but you don't have enough trains. Oh, and trains can be destroyed with air attacks. But if you don't have enough trains to get the supplies everywhere they need, including going into the west and going wherever else, you're out of luck. So you need a combination. You can see here we're sort of low. We have too many troops here for the amount of supplies that we're getting. That's what that's showing here. So this is, hello, Cyrillic guy. I don't know, Bartek. Is that a spam? I'm not sure. Probably. Talking about them, I'm sure it would be open this box, but the terrain west of Stalingrad is, yes, absolutely. Woods on the map, but really it was steppe land. Absolutely. And I'm pretty sure there's a rail link coming down this side of the Volga from the railway maps I've seen. So this here is, and maps can be modded. So, I'm playing vanilla right now. What do you do with companies? They sell enough games so they're embarrassing facts about Hitler. Oh, well, he was a crazy nut job. Is that embarrassing enough? But he expected the French. He expected or hoped. Yes, absolutely, plastic gangster. He knew Czechoslovakia was a gamble. Yes, he was gambling there too. Yes, he was gambling. Yeah, and that's different. Because they made preparations they made no preparations to go to war with the Soviet Union over Poland. Obviously they later do to invade, but there's no what if the Soviets say? No, they weren't worried about that at the time of the invasion. They were worried about France and Britain. They made no plans of what to do if Denmark decides to join the war. They knew it wasn't going to happen. So yeah, it's just that kind of thing. Do you want me to put some World War II railway maps on the chat and Discord? You absolutely certainly can. Link that up, IKB. But also put them in the Discord because I'm not going to see them. I'm not going to take a look now at them, IKB, of course. But I do want to see them at some point. I have some, but I'm sure you may have more. And I'm not going to complain if you put them in the railway section there. Let's take a look at things. And so like this here. From the railway maps I've seen, there's a lot of local connections around in here. Why don't they have more connections in some of these places? I don't know. And in a way it may, I'm looking at it this way and it may not matter, but in a way that it does, because we don't have strategic deployment over railways like I would like. So may not matter too much, because I'm thinking, well, if you cut supplies in a couple places, if you're you're battling in the middle of Germany, what does it matter? But if you're battling out here, we do have railway connections here. You got this here through Maastricht, and you got through Luxembourg. I would agree right through here, these two provinces, through the Black Forest. I don't think there's any railway connection. Now, I would be shocked that there is no, from Liège, the major armaments factories, between Liège, there's no railway connection between Liège and Namur without going through Brussels. Okay, I would be shocked of this. So, what they're trying to do here, and I can see here, is they're trying to force the player to take Brussels to get railway supplies into France, as opposed to coming this way. Why? I don't know. Is that just to make railways important? You got to take Brussels. It's a strategically important city to be able to invade France. No. Now, railways, and this is what I argued originally with Podcat. I mean, discussed, argued, or presented. I mean, it was more presenting my position, shall we say, is that they're of vital importance way out in here, because you need to control this railroad or this railroad or this railroad, and then here, if you just control this one, you got to come up and around. But probably, I think there is a ring. There's an outer ring around here of railway connections as well. So there probably should be some more railways out here. But you can just see you can't, if the Soviets can hold here and can hold here, Germany pushing around through here is just going to get, starved of supplies. Where before it wouldn't, they could push through here, or something. Because up here is the Pripyat marshes, I believe. But I'm talking south of it. Yeah, here's Kursk. So, yeah, out here railways are important, because the density is low. Where here the density is high. Yes, there are places and there are definitely railroads through Luxembourg. I don't know. Well, okay, they may go down through Metz in here to get into France. So, yeah, coming just through the Ardennes may not be able to railway connect into France to supply, maybe, but still, if you're coming here up into Belgium, you're not coming through Sedan. I think I remember one of the no, it may not. I don't know, and I will take a look at. Oh, hello, Eric. How you doing? I will take. Yeah, so there are different levels. I think there's a total of 5 levels. This is a level 2 here. Yeah, here's a level 2 out of 5. So you do have different levels. But I remember one of the bridges they were coming across for Sedan was a railway bridge, to get across the Meuse here. Yes, I remember some of the rivers, but not all. Now, whether this railway connects up to the thing that connects through Luxembourg or not, I'm not sure right offhand, but I'm guessing it is. So, yeah, mostly the density in Western Europe. Mostly, and I say that because we can get to some of these areas here that I would even block possible ground movement through some of these areas here. I would have them. I would have a few exclusion lines, like I think Black Ice does, or I know Black Ice does, like they have here. I mean, exclusion lines that you cannot cross. I would, and through the Pyrenees, I would have some of these provinces purely because yes, commandos can get across, but a division, no. Now it might just be like this border of this province. You might be able to get through here, and you might be able to get through here or something, but still having some borders that you are no-go do affect things. So, we can talk about, thanks, AKB. This exclusion mechanic here, those are sort of extreme cases, and we can see it, here, yes, this is the kind of exclusion mechanic that I want to see in some of these other places. And so people who in detail, yeah, so to a point, I'm playing this now because there's no good mods yet, that have properly done this stuff. I'm looking at the mechanics, but I think Hearts of Iron with this update is on a massive right track versus wrong track. Yes, I'm using tracks intentionally. Direction. It's a right track direction for Hearts of Iron. Railway guns. Armored trains, railway guns are cool. Railway guns, I'm seeing how they're doing this. I would make this a most... Okay, so I'm getting the idea here that this is going to operate something like a aircraft unit. So it's not a frontline tactical unit. Okay. It doesn't have organization. Okay. It can be bombed or it can be attacked, sure, but it's okay. And I can see the point that it's more of a strategic viewpoint, not is it tactically right in this location or tactically right in this location where my or here or there. That's sort of unimportant. It's just sort of sitting here. But I think it should probably just... let's see. Yeah, getting way back from here. I think it's maybe a bit too much. About half the size of the circle is how I think I would do that. Let me scroll up here. Wondering if they're setting up objectives. Also, our map's limitations. If you put all the railroads in Western Europe on the map, you would have multiple lines everywhere and little room for anything else. Map limitations. Rommel crossed the river at Sedan. Yes, he did. Metal acquired and binos as well. Very good, Eric. Love to talk to you about them later in more detail. Sedan was one of the Ardennes offensive. Absolutely in the Meuse. That's right, Plastic Gangster. Very correct. That's why I remember that there's one of the bridges was a railway bridge that they were getting across. At least I think that's what it was, if my memory serves. Yeah, okay, map limitations. Now, see, I have the supply map focus on. I can turn that off. And so, yes, the railways are on the map. But I don't see it as a limitation. Now, it might be an ugliness factor, meaning if you do, it starts to look railways everywhere. Yeah, maybe. But I'm willing to go with ugliness. I'll go back to the railway view, the supply view. Also rivers, again, if you didn't know before, weren't here, rivers will also do a level of supply, but you have to control both banks of the river all the way from whatever supply source. So rivers are a supply element, which will be effective in Russia, but again, like you have to have both sides of the riverbank all the way along for supply to flow along them. Yeah. I don't have to have every single connection, every single place, but I think it could be more dense because I don't think it was a significant factor. So thank you, IKB, for putting them up there in Discord as well, because I will take a look, don't worry. Right, okay, let's start another episode here and we will continue this. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 with my continuing look at Hearts of Iron 4's No Step Back DLC DLC, both the paid and the free. I don't know what's in which. You can look that up for yourself. But we're taking a look at it here and seeing what's going on. But before I get into that, I want to thank Toyjet, Timothy, Nils, and others for your support over on Patreon. But everyone else, can you just give the video a like, including the live stream people on YouTube, if you can hit the like button for the video, and subscribe if you haven't already. That's all I really ask for anybody to do here. I really appreciate that. Oh, and also you can make a comment. That's also I ask too. Just say hi. That's really cool. It helps the algorithm. Why haven't I eaten Czechoslovakia yet? Okay, I'll get to that in just a moment. It's called ducting. I have seen some pictures of the bridge. It's not an impressive bridge. It looks like some sort of thing you would be crossing a stream in the American Midwest. The Muses only. Yeah, at that point. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be a big thing. And that's another thing. There's two types of rivers. There's narrow and wide here. And you can sort of see this is the narrow river here, and this is the wide Rhine. I guess that's the narrow level, or is that the wide? I think that's the narrow. But there's two types of rivers in the game. Right. Why haven't we needed Czechoslovakia? And I was talking about this a little earlier. National focuses. These are all taking too long. And I went over them just a little bit before I guess you got here. The ones that I've done and how far I've gotten. And I don't think I've done things too unhistorical. So some of these need to be shortened time-wise to get to it. But we are going to, now that we just completed West Wall. And I would make the West Wall a requirement for demanding Sudetenland, because Hitler would not have done so without the West Wall being in place to some degree. Now, he continues to build it post-1938, which is when the Sudetenland happens, and extend it up along both Belgium and the Netherlands, up this little bit here, but it's largely in place at this time. Was there any rail movement limits in West moving supplies and troops in Russia? Yes, but in Western Europe, no. To the best of my knowledge, for the both battles of France, it was primary truck supplies. Germans had worked out, and they had their talked about last weekend. Yoshi Hisa, good to have you here. Talked about America's super weapon in World War II, the forklift. What was Germany's super weapon in World War II? Similar, not the forklift, obviously, but what was it? There was one. They had one. Where's the button you need to go? Yeah, YouTube, Plastic Gangster, for to hitting the like if you haven't subscribed. You don't have to go over to YouTube, but if you haven't already subscribed, and you can watch it in either place, whichever is best for you. I'm happy I see the chat from either YouTube or Twitch. Still steep bank barrier to any armored vehicles. Oh well, and it's also very barrier to a river like this you don't want to swim across, so you need boats. And we're not talking a couple of commandos or just a raiding party to get across. We're talking about moving a division across. You're not going to swim an infantry division across, especially with horses. Any of these things. These aren't proper streams. It may be narrow like you're talking about there. The horse? No. Hello, technologist. Yeah, no, not the horses. That's not the super weapon the Germans had. Germany's super weapon was horse and cart. Nope, that's not it. They had a super weapon. They had a super secret super weapon. Please give this. Yes, thanks, Arno. Nobody's guessing Germany's super secret weapon.
Angetreten.
We all know about it today, but it was a super secret weapon at the time.
Ausrücken.
Okay. Germany had a super secret weapon. It was called, and this is not what the Germans called it. No, not nationalists, not meth. Yeah, I know about the Premisin or whatever you pronounce the stuff. No. It was what I know it by the British name for it, because the British, they do find out about this, of course, eventually. But the Germans had this super secret weapon called the jerry can. The jerry can, the thing you put the fuel in. But I'll tell you about this jerry can that they had. They developed this in the late 30s. It's a fuel can. It's made in very special ways, meaning including its pour spout, the idea that it has 3 handles. That way one person can pick it up with the central handle, mainly the idea when it's empty. But yeah, you can pick it up and struggle with it with, depending on how strong you are, with one-handed or the 2 side handles on it, because most modern jerry cans just have the central handle, but they have the 2 side handles so the 2 guys could pick it up easily, one from each side or the single one. And it's a super secret weapon. So secret that when there was a German-American expedition to go traveling, I don't think it was Tibet or whatever, but it was like Nepal or somewhere here in greater India, that there was a few Germans and a few Americans were going on this driving trip. The Germans that were involved in this brought some jerry cans along with them, and I'll get to why it's so important and why it's a super secret weapon in a minute. But this is to prove that it's a super secret weapon. Eventually, while this trip is going on, this sort of, exploring the wilderness in a car kind of trip or something like that, while it's going on, traveling across here, some German intelligence elements find out that this is happening. So they send an airplane all the way to, somewhere in the Indian subcontinent. They send an airplane out there and go collect the jerry cans to get them back to Germany. But the Americans, as part of this, and I don't know what, they end up keeping one of them. They keep one of them. They get back to Washington, and once it's over, they turn it over to American intelligence. Now, America does nothing with this. It's like, oh, good. Thank you. Let me set this over here. They do nothing with it, to the best of my knowledge. This is like in 1938, 39. And so this is something that is so secret that Germany does not want out, that they send an airplane to British territory. Now, this is like a civilian airplane, private, whatever, or Lufthansa, I don't know. I forget some of the details. But they fly out to India. The guy, gets off the airplane, gets whatever, goes, meets the guys. Hey, we need these jerry cans back, whatever they're called in German. So he gets most of them back. Not the Americans somehow hide one of them because they realize what this is. And they fly them back. That's how they're trying to keep this secret. Now, you see, Germany definitely had fuel trucks, like France did, like America did, and Britain did at the time. But you see, a fuel truck, you have a big tank on the fuel truck, and you have two, can at max have really sort of practically two hoses to come off of it, so you can fill up two vehicles with fuel at one time, and then they could drive away, and then the next two, and the next two, and the next two. But you see, with the German, with the yeah, it's fine. You can catch up on the chat. And yes, I'm in agreement that Hitler becomes fixated more so, but not that he doesn't start out with that. That's my opinion. I've watched some of TIK's Stalingrad stuff, but not all of it. He's gone into great detail. Okay, so the system, but it's not just the jerry can, but that's incredibly important. But it's the system. So like I say, a fuel truck, you can refuel 2 trucks or 2 tanks or 2 whatever maximum at a time, but probably just one. But with the jerry cans, what they do is they set up and they train up this system. They have a fuel dump back here in like Cologne or somewhere near the front, and then they have a bunch of trucks, just flatbed, type trucks, standard trucks, and they load them up. They have a bunch of men working, and they load them up of the truck with jerry cans. This is like, and the action's going on. And that truck, with a bunch of others, drives along the road, gets to a frontline position, near the front, and shows up and goes, "Hey guys!" And I'm sure they're saying this in German, but they go, "Hey guys, the fuel's here." And so all of the tankers, or all of the infantry standing around, or whatever, swarm this truck, if you will, and quickly lift all of those cans off of that truck. And that truck, and then so then the tank crews, you got these guys all carrying their cans back quickly and stacking the cans next to their tanks, and they're all filling up the tanks all at once. So if there's 10 tanks, they're all being refueled at once from one truck instead of 1 or 2 at a time. So they're all being refueled, and so then that truck drives back the way they came a ways, finds the last place somebody else, maybe them, maybe somebody else, did the same procedure. Because what the guys, after they fuel up all of their, whether it's their trucks or their tanks or their motorcycles or whatever, they're supposed to just quickly stack or pile up. Not necessarily, I don't think they worry about neatness, but pile up all the jerry cans off to the side of the road somewhere. So this truck, that after they got, the truck crew doesn't have to unload the truck. It's the local troops unload the truck. They then drive back along the way they came for a ways, find another pile of empty jerry cans, and then the truck crew, because now they're empty, quickly fills their truck back up with empty jerry cans, drives back to the fuel point. They get swarmed by the troops working back here. They quickly unload the truck of the empty jerry cans, loads the truck with full jerry cans, and then the truck drives forward again. And so it's this cycle of ever-extending lines, and they're constantly reusing the jerry cans and moving forward, okay? So you get this picture of how they are using these fuel trucks and getting fuel efficiently, rapidly. Now, and you were saying they're horses and whatnot. Yes, most of the German army is using horse transport. Most German divisions have some level of motorization. You know, a few Kubelwagons, a few trucks, that kind of thing. But most of the divisions are using mostly horsepower. So it's, you know, it's a few officers running around in Kubelwagons. It's a few trucks for quick, get some artillery shells over to somewhere or something like that. But mostly they are using horsepower, absolutely. But for the motorized forces, they have this whole fuel supply system. Now, the Germans do have fuel trucks, and you do often see in locations somewhat forward, they use the fuel trucks to reload the, because they go, going from one jerry can to the next jerry can, filling them up because they have them all lined up there, and they just, quickly fuel them up. So they refuel the jerry cans somewhat more forward. So they do use the fuel trucks, but mostly to reload jerry cans. And this is why I sort of talk, some of the major depots, they'll have, larger tank farms for fuel. Now, this supply system of supplying the fuels works very well for this short duration of distance. We're not talking time in the sense of, World War I versus World War II duration, speeds of attack. We're talking over short range durations. It works for it. It would be an interesting thing for IKB to look up sometime in the future. I would be interested to know if Germany was using the railway lines for I forget what it was called, the after Fall Gelb is over and they're getting ready to push down into Paris and the rest of France, because they take a breather after Dunkirk is sort of finally over. They sort of take a breather and get ready for the second offensive to knock France out. If the Germans were using, I would be interested to know this, if the Germans were using the Belgian railway lines to actually move material up and fuel up. I'm not so much talking about redeploying of troops. I'm talking about moving up artillery shells or bringing in food from Germany. I'm talking from Germany to the front lines in France if they were using rail lines in that time. Because I don't know if the bridges all got blown and they weren't able to move any stuff. I'm not talking locally, running some trains around. I'm talking from Germany if they were using it for that. I don't know. That would be an interesting thing, IKB. And you don't have to do it now or anything like that. But I would like to know. They take a breather 12 days before Dunkirk. Yes. Well, they did do that before pushing into Dunkirk. Yes. And that allowed them to escape. But once they sort of got there, they took another breather before going into deeper into France. That is actually a good planning break. It's figuring out, reorganizing themselves up, getting ready to go south in there. And I would be curious to know if they used railways after that point. But I know early on they weren't using any railways, as far as I know. I mean, I don't know of any, and I'm pretty sure I would have heard about it. So yeah, the jerry can. Now, the British used the flimsy. That's what they sort of called it, the flimsy. It was approximately a 1-gallon can instead of a 5-gallon can. You often see the can used, they would paint them tan, of course, and they used them as water cans for the Vickers machine gun. They'd have a hose that once the little water gets too hot, turn to steam, and they use it as a condenser can to condense it down into there. They keep a little bit of water in it so that when the steam comes out the rubber hose into the can, it would cool enough into water to recycle it. So if you want to see what a flimsy looks like, look for pictures of a Vickers machine gun with a water can sitting below it. They use those, but the British particularly noticed, because it was the flimsy, it was a flimsy little can, sort of basically meant, I say sort of basically, yeah, basically meant as a single-use can, not to be reused. And the fuel would actually be loaded into those cans at times. And they did have tankers as well, but if they didn't have tankers available, they would load up wherever, in Britain or wherever, load them up in ships, in the cans, and then get them to a place like Alexandria and unload them, or they would from a tanker, or from tanks, load the cans up. But they would find that maybe because of the pore seams on the cans and other elements, they might find the can 20% empty, the just fuel leakage / evaporation. So they weren't very good. And the British, once they, I don't think they really have a chance to notice it much in the Battle of France. But once they sort of start noticing the jerry can down here, they use everyone they can get, whether for water or for fuel, because they are seen as an excellent can. And yes, I don't know if Britain ever puts them into production. They might, but definitely America puts them into production. And they do sort of simulate. They don't quite have the round or the the recycling method, I think, is set up as well as the Germans did. I just think the Americans will just make more jerry cans and deliver more jerry cans. But they use all they can get. But that is sort of Germany's super weapon of logistics and how they were able to do what they did for the Battle of France. And you see, this, and trust me, I've, I'll use a modern term, thrown shade at France for its poor command and control performance for the Battle of France. And it's very, very legitimate to do so. They fucked up. Okay, that's clearly. Britain was much more able to react to the battle situation. But a lot of them, and they talk about, you couldn't come through. There's a lot of this, the Allies were so sure they couldn't come through the Ardennes for us, so they didn't put good divisions there, blah, 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 blah. Well, I would state they knew the Germans could come through there. But they didn't understand that the Germans could come through there that fast, that hard, with that much motorization, and sustain the offensive. See, that's the thing, is can you get a few tanks through? Or is it, the ability to punch through and keep going? And so they did not, it's just like the Germans did not foresee or understand the idea of the floating harbors able to, set up here. They figured you had to take Cherbourg or Brest. And these Dieppe and Le Havre, Calais and Dunkirk are very small ports. One of these is not going to sustain a major invasion of Europe. Maybe 4 of them might. But even then, if you look at them, they might. Some of these ports here, you can only get 2 or 3 ships in and out at a time. So, yeah, and that's why the Americans, when they really wanted to come up to here, they really wanted to get places like Antwerp, to get major ports, and why the Germans fought and held out in Cherbourg and Brest for a while, because they really thought you needed to have a major port. And so, just like the Germans didn't foresee the floating ports, the British and the French did not foresee the jerry can and the system behind it. So they didn't understand the ferocity of attack that could happen. They still thought, the guys are going to be walking. And the guys are going to be moving supplies on a horse, being in a wagon. And if they blew all the railway bridges, they're going to take weeks or months to rebuild the railway bridges. And over and it's not just over the Meuse here. There's smaller ones around that you blow up. I mean, it can just be a small overpass kind of thing or whatever. It just takes maybe in some cases hours, but others just days to repair. But still, that's days of slowing up your advance. The center didn't even have a telephone. No, they had one telephone. The Central Command had one telephone line, is my understanding. But that's it. They had one telephone line. But, and I've talked about this before, their whole command system did not trust radio and telephone as giving orders. They thought that they were going to get, early electronic warfare, in the sense of people coming on and giving false orders or trying to confuse things. So they did everything either by messenger or in person is what they wanted to do. But we all made the same mistakes. The French did not have the benefit of the Channel. Yeah. Both we and the French were prepared for a war like the last one. Absolutely. Well, France was was probably the nation most ready to fight World War One, but unfortunately they got World War Two again. Instead of World War One again. It's at the beginning of any war. The generals and he said, "Yeah, absolutely. You're right about that in many cases, and that's it. But that's sort of the thing. Now let's get going. I know I've talked a lot. Let's get going with the game." Okay, Zog submits to Italy. So now Italy's invaded Albania. So we're looking at probably at best a 1940 start of the war. These just take too long. Haven't even done the anti-commentary pack. Thank you, Plastic Gangster. Thank you. And yeah, it's I'm trying to do lessons from history, not necessarily history lessons. Meaning, if you want to read a good book or watch a good documentary that'll give you the details of some of these things because they're properly prepared. Or I'm just sort of winging it, but giving you the ideas. That is also the one thing that Germany did like America were trains. I'll maybe go into that some point. I don't know if I'll make a special episode on what's that. But what is it? The Krieg engine or something? IKB. What do they call the German railway engine? The Kriegspahn or something like that. I don't know. IKB is my railway expert. And we're not doing the strategic. We're not doing transport stuff. We got just checking to make sure I got the stuff. Yeah, well, documentaries are good. Unfortunately, a lot of them are sort of set for modern TV audiences, so they gloss over things, but good ones I like. Okay. Well, what we're going to do now here is, let's see. I want to reread anti-tank support. Okay, we have 1,000 available. Well, I'm going to add this right now, just so that I'm taking into account my 400 down. So that means I need to make more anti-tank guns. Let's do 3 more lines. Krieg's locomotive, that's it. Thank you, IKB. That's what I was looking for. The Krieg's locomotive. It's not quite a superpower I would go into, but it's definitely the one thing the Germans do right. Germans make a lot of cool panzers. That's the problem. They make a lot of different cool panzers. And they're so cool, they take a long time to produce. And there's a lot of different types of them. Okay, so we now have improved medium chassis. Very good. As you guys know, I am an infrastructure first kind of player. So we're doing these things here. Krieg's locomotive. Yes, I got to remember that. See, I was halfway there. Let's look. Well, no, we want to come. I'm not used to using the tank designer. Improved medium chassis. We're going to create a variant here is what we want to do. Okay, so armor module. We currently, I guess, the current. Okay, I gotta learn this, and this will be under the Herschel. So we've been producing this Panzer III medium tank thingy, or no, this which one have we been? Oh, yeah, just the standard one. I guess that Hold it. Well, let's see what is. Okay, let's see. What is this? Okay. I think this came from the. We didn't change over to it, but I think this comes from. Although this is the Panzer A or Panzer IV. Okay, now well, what are we? No. Mm. Huh. Okay. Like I say, I'm not used to using this. This is the Panzer. Okay, the Panzer III here. Has welded armor. These things came, I believe, because of the German-Soviet stuff. When I say stuff, I mean here, this, and then the Army innovations, I think. But this here, yes. Well, is this good enough? Let's switch over to, no. This was the earlier thing. I created that earlier. Well, let's look in detail. Panzer III Oust A. We have basic radio. Okay, I'm looking to see if there's they have smoke. Your launchers don't have slope armor here. Okay. Turret module installed. But what module do I have here? Well, okay. Okay, it's this one, 3-man turret. Okay, so we have a 3-man turret, medium fixed. And yes, I've really not looked at this more than now. And light type turrets, okay, light fixed, 3-man light turret. It looks like a M24 Chaffee type turret, but okay. 1-man turret, 2-man, okay, that looks like a 35T turret to me without the coaxial machine gun in it. All right. Okay, so back. Okay, I like that turret, like the smoke. Gun. Armament. Medium 1, medium howitzer. Okay, I like that. Okay, bogey suspension. Okay, so my other option is interleaved road wheels. That's sort of like what we see on the Panther and some other vehicles. Christie and torsion bar. Okay. Bogey wheels is what I think they did have. Okay, we have welded armor. Okay, good. Engine. We have G gasoline. What was that? Okay, petrol electric engine. The hybrid, yay! Found basically only on the Porsche designed Tiger, later turned into the Ferdinand, then the Elephant, as they go through life. The only German vehicle that I know of, or only armored fighting vehicle that Germany produced that I know of that's diesel, is the Puma, and the related 8-wheel scout cars at that. They were designing for North Africa. Yeah, well, by the time they got them ready, North Africa was long gone. Okay, so do we want to do like additional machine guns? Machine guns in sponsons and special pintle mounts give the vehicle improved defense against close-in infantry attacks. Now, is this... Well, let's say close-in infantry attacks, so that is not... anti-aircraft, but is this considered, and no, obviously it looks like it is a top-mounted gun, but the Germans did do that eventually, but does this not have, or whatever, for a bow-mounted machine gun already? Skirt armor. No, I don't. Cancel that. Sloped armor production cost. I don't know. We're not going to do a secondary turret. British did some. The Soviets did some. Well, the Germans did in the Neubaut-Fahrzeug, but and that's, we've already got the radio in it. Wet storage ammunition. Okay, production cost 10% for sloped armor. Armor plus 20%. So this is just a flat up straight 1.5 production cost. Armor 2.0 right through. Already have extra ammunition storage. Design cost, reliability down. Okay, so we have 2 extra slots here for Panzeraust A. We can do 2 of these things. We already have smoke. Welded armor is best. You only have, I know I only have 7 points, but each of these only cost 1. It's more the slots here. I only have 2 available slots left as current. Okay, this is armor. Well, in breakthrough, that's 20% armor increase. Liability down. Defense. Okay, we're going to do additional machine guns and Bitson. Okay. Okay, so we have this new version here. Make sure, yeah, that's right. So what we're going to do here is we're going to come here. Where is it? No, it's down here. Yes, here. We're going to come here, and then I'm going to. This is the one I just created, I do believe, because it's. Oh no, that's the no. Okay. Which one did I just create? Is it? Okay, let me see it. Well, should have done this first. Yes, this is the one I just created. Okay, so it just hit us a little bit on production efficiency, so we've upgraded to that. So that is good. Now, let's look at. Okay, let's come and do this again. Let's look over here at Panzer IV Oust. Okay. Okay, gun. It has medium armament. No, back. Installed module close support. Okay, it's close support gun. No, small armaments. Close support gun. Okay, it has that currently, which is what it had historically. Basic velocity cannon. Automatic cannons. Well, basic anti-aircraft gun. Improved small cannon. Basic high velocity cannon. Guessing that's supposed to be the 50mm gun. I'm guessing medium armaments, medium howitzer. Yeah, this is not an anti-tank gun. This is a, you know, a howitzer support gun. Heavy armaments, basic heavy. Okay, this is really, I think we're looking into the terms of something like an 88. Well, okay. My brain hurts. Does your brain hurt? Does your brain hurt? Mine does. My brain hurts. I don't know. You don't understand how. Okay, here's the thing. Small armaments. Okay, small armaments. Module slot, main armament, select module. Okay, we have close support gun. Okay. Hard attack, soft attack. Okay, 75mm gun. That's what I'm presuming this is supposed to be. This is supposed to be the L12. Allows artillery roll. No, the L24 gun. Sorry, not the L12. The L24 gun. And that's what's coming on this gun as standard on this tank. If this is your basic high velocity cannon, well, okay, is this small cannon? Where's the 75mm gun? The L43 or the L48 gun? They're just a little. One's a little bigger than the other. And then the difference between those isn't worth modeling really in this scale of the game, because if this is a 37mm, what is this? Is this you know? Okay, 37mm cannon. Is this like a 37mm on an Italian tank or on a French tank? And is this like a 37mm on a German tank or a Soviet tank? Or, well, there's a lot of were 45mm. Or is this a 50mm gun? Or is this the 50mm gun? Equivalent. Because your close support gun, unless this is supposed to be like a, you know, what's in a broom bar or something. Because I don't see why this is going from 25 soft attack to 10 hard attack or soft attack. Because they will shoot, both will shoot projectiles, and the longer gun would shoot just as much, you know, explosive mass to blow up bunkers or infantry positions or whatever, high explosive rounds, do just as much or more damage than the L24 gun. But it will also had a, you know, a panzer killing, you know, tank killing cannon ability here. Yeah, I know there's no caliber specs, but I'm trying to. Yeah, but I don't see. Yeah, Arno, I see this is an early game, but I don't see any text to research bigger, better. See, that's the thing. That's why I went over here and I looked for a, you know, a tank tech here for high velocity big gun or something. Because, you know, obviously we have engines, we have some improvements to armor. Well, maybe here. Nope, don't see a high velocity big gun. Here, research. And yeah, we know Paradox is a small, struggling company, and just, you know, 3 guys making the game from start to finish. And how much can they get? Oh God, Paradox. Paradox is fucking cheap. Okay, let me just say that. This is all of the thought that they put in. Well, let's see what. Okay, well, let's see. Okay, well, okay, you're right. Okay, Arno's right. Thank you, Arno. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe I take back some of what I just said about Paradox. Enables medium cannon and squeeze bore adapter. Okay. You're right. Arno's right. Well, they have been cheap, Ari, with that Battle for the Bosphorus, in my opinion. Okay, this one enables high velocity cannon. I just quite honestly hadn't moused over these yet. Improved high velocity cannons and improved heavy cannon. Improved medium cannon, nothing, and enables advanced high velocity cannon. Okay, so this is doing this. This is good. This is good. Okay, enables various other, improved anti-air guns. Okay, I'm still learning. They're still being cheap on some things, but okay, they've done this better than I thought. I was looking for another cannon development thing, but no. Okay, this works in, quad, 40 millimeter quad AA. Germans only had a 37 and 40 millimeter are virtually the same thing for mounting. Germany only had a dual 37 millimeter AA. Sort of that. They didn't go to quad. I don't know that anybody did quad 40 millimeter. Not that that's a terribly bad thing here, but not that somebody couldn't. Obviously, they did have the 20 millimeter Fock Verlaine, which was a quad gun, 37 millimeter AA. Okay. All right. Improved medium cannon. Enables the 150 millimeter cannon 18 heavy howitzers. Enables auto loaders. Okay, Nerbelwaffe rocket launchers. Okay, just looking through here. I hadn't looked through here. And bigger Nerbelwaffers, right? And improved rocket launchers for a vehicle. Okay, so they've done all right. And we should do this before I go ahead and go for a medium cannon kind of thing. I should. So I'm not going to change my Panzer IVs, but what I'm going to start to do is, did I get any in production? No. I probably should have just recently though, but let's put 2 factories once they get built, obviously. And here we have 1 coming there already. Another fuel silo and some more fuel, because their fuel is full. Okay, so hello Soul XP. I'm liking the new system. No, you're not God, Arno, but you're cool. You're cool, Arno. Thank you for being here. The whole DLC thing is being cheap. Yeah, you haven't. Okay, and I've defended this to a point in the past. People said when Hearts of Iron 4, because I was deeply involved as it was coming out, said, well, you've removed this, you've removed that from whether Hearts of Iron, Hearts of Iron 3. No, they didn't, because they started over from scratch. Okay, they started over from scratch. So they didn't remove anything. They just haven't built out X or Y or Z yet. There's a difference. Now, maybe it's the same effect as you're playing it, but it's not like, oh, it was there, but they cut it out. It's just they didn't build it yet. Okay. Paradox has, well, I bought and played, but I didn't know I didn't care at the time didn't even know that there was a company called Paradox when I bought and played Europa Universalis. Because I bought the original thing, not like day one or anything, but way back when there was just Europa Universalis. Bought it, came on CDs. I played the hell out of it. Okay, so I go back that far. Didn't even know that Paradox exists. Didn't come into my psyche. I just looked at the box. It looked cool. This was before YouTube was a thing. I bought it. I played it. It had problems. Then, hey, eventually I found 2. I played the hell out of that. Okay, so I go back that far with Paradox games. But I wasn't a Paradox fanboy because like I said, didn't even know that Paradox existed. I've been very involved with Paradox as as a beta tester kind of thing. That's what I'm talking about, and as a modder. And I was modding the beta before it was released, so looking in at the codes that I could look at it. That's what I mean by very involved. I'm still technically under an NDA. Not that they're that concerned now about what I knew about during the beta development, but yeah, I know I didn't contribute anything spectacular or anything, but yeah, I was like the other beta testers contributing stuff to the development, so I was very involved in what was going on. Again, from an outsider perspective, because I'm not an employee, and so only what they were showing us in the beta, not what they were working at in the alpha or something. So very involved in this release. And I do defend a lot, and I still do defend a lot of the stuff with Paradox, and that they were starting over. But they fucked up, and they know it, and they admitted it as much as any company. And they basically admitted it. They announced Hearts of Iron 4 way too early. And there was a year-plus delay, and I think please always note my language when I jump over from no to I think. I think the bean counters over in Paradox Interactive, as opposed to Paradox Development Studio, said to a point is Hearts of Iron 4 playable? Well, yeah, but it's not ready, I think was probably the response. Release it. I think they got a command to release it from Paradox Interactive. I think. Please always note my language. Because it released way too early, in my opinion. It wasn't ready. Maybe the Paradox developments now of course to everyone they come out and they're all behind it because when you work for a company and you're going to release the game, you're not supposed to go criticize the company unless you're planning on quitting publicly like hey, you released it too early. No, you all get on board and you just give the party line, and I don't blame any of the employees for getting the party line, but I think that's what they were doing when they released it. And so they released it way too early. They announced it way too early. They released it way too early. And that's a problem. I'll say the only reason we have a lot of these really good models is because of, I think you pronounce his name Von Boe or something like that, a Japanese modeler made a bunch of 3D models, you can see here, the colonial stuff, and they just bought him out. He was going to do it as a mod, and they saw the quality, and I think they didn't want they didn't want a mod with higher quality or as high of quality out. So they just bought his models from him, and he stopped model making. And they, you can go in and look, and they've tweaked some of the stuff from what he originally did. So it's not like 100% his work, but he did some really nice, like the Dutch and some of these others, really nice 3D models during, once they got into stuff. So, yeah. So I know. So they release things and push things too early. Now, player expectation. When you have an EU3 and it's a well-developed game, when players come to EU4, they don't want a bare bones game. So Paradox needs to handle player expectation much better. And they hype up their games like companies do. I don't think they need to release the game full and complete on day one. It just takes a lot of development effort. But, so DLCs of one, and it can vary from game to game. DLCs I'm fine with. But they just cheaped out on too much stuff, in my opinion. Overboard on it. So yeah, let me see what I've been saying after this. So yeah, I like what they're doing so far as I've gotten into Soul XP. Don't get me wrong, I'm really glad we have it, but they're cheap. I believe they have been taken over right. No, I think they're Agiot, I think is part of the Slytherin Matrix group. They did games using, but they really paid attention to detail and history, and were great studios, smaller than Paradox, but soon much more polished and amazing attention to detail. Arno is Hoi 4 armor specialist. Yes, doing good. Makes excellent war games. I'm not sure if they're to the best of my knowledge. Paradox, I think, published a couple of their games way back when, but because both Paradox Interactive is a publisher. Paradox Development Studios is a game development studios, and they're two different legal entities. I think they may share the same floor, or they live in the same building, I know, and I've had interactions with both groups and whatnot. And so Paradox is sort of like Steel Divisions, or Steel Division, or Steel Divisions. Paradox publish, where they're not publishing Steel Divisions 2, which is on the Eastern Front. So Paradox has published, I don't know how much outside companies they're still publishing games for, but they have been a publisher. That's different than an owner, and I think they did publish some of their stuff. But both Matrix and Slytherin are publishers. They sort of, my understanding of some of their structures, most of the games I think are done by different development studios than them, but I think they own outright some of the development studios. And I don't, because they're still a Matrix company, and they still have their some of the, Eric, I forget his last name, is still running Matrix, and that's sort of based in America, where Slytherin is based down here in Surrey, I believe. But I think, and I don't know all the details, I think Slytherin fully owns Matrix, but I think that when they bought out Matrix, I think some, like Eric or whatever, got some Slytherin stock or something. I don't know the details of it, but I know Eric, the guy who sort of runs Matrix, is very involved with, been involved with making War in the East 2, and unfortunately the Steel Tigers is the follow-on to the Steel Panther series. It's been delayed a lot, but those guys are going to be making Steel Tigers when it comes out, which is a tank / squad level World War II game. So yeah, they're publishers, but I think Agiot, or however you pronounce that, I think that's more or less a Slytherin Matrix subsidiary at some point, at some level. And I'll tell you what. Yes, I bitch and moan and complain and disagree with their lack of historicity in a lot of these Paradox games, and I very much consider that had been, though they may be changing it, but the focus had been that Hoi 4, in my opinion, is really EU 20th century, because their player base of EU, Crusader Kings, and Vicky are what they're looking at. And so their player base wants all this fantasy crap of getting rid of Hitler and either going Kaiser or going commie or whatever. That's what they want. They want it's fun, gamer, they tell me. Yeah, okay, but I want a World War II history game. But this game is more complicated than anything Slithering or Matrix can make. And by that I mean the AI, I mean the sort of, this appears to be real time, but it's not. It's actually an hourly turn-based game with initiatives. So to the player, it looks like it's a real-time game, but it's an hourly turn-based game. And Paradox, Matrix, whatever you want to call them, is not able to make an AI that can function globally on an hourly turn-based thinking game. So this is a lot more complicated than anything that Agiad or whoever can create. Now that doesn't excuse or mean they can't be more historically focused. Absolutely. And that's where I would be first. I am fine with any sort of fantasy thing you want to make. I actually think because the mod starts and creates its own world, the Kaiserreich mod I think is great. But it's a fantasy thing, and I played it, and I enjoy it, and I'll probably play it again once they update it to the newer whatever. But it's a fantasy world that they create. What if Germany won World War I kind of thing, and they create this wild and wacky world? Okay, that's cool. That's fun. It's a game. It's fun. Gamer. Yes, I agree. But the thing I want most, I mean, again, I want to play. Yesterday I was playing War in the East 2 for Slithering Matrix. Thursday I was playing Warhammer Battle Sector. I want to play non-historical games at times. I was also recently got Tropico 6. Well, I had a sort of a nerfed version that they gave me. It just had like 4 of the missions, but I finally broke down on sale and bought the whole thing. And I like to play other things than history games. Absolutely. I don't want to only just play one thing. But I want a really good, detailed World War II grand strategy game. That's my passion. I want that. I want other things as well, but that's what I want. Yes, histrionics over history. Okay, interesting use there. This game lacks realism like the English Channel is. Now, okay, English Channel pissing down in Europe. Okay. Hello, NMDB. Yeah, a bit of a rant. I hope it was fun. By the way, World in Flames instead, but you don't. Yeah, I have not played World in Flames. I remember it before the computer. Any computer stuff. If that had an AI, I would buy it, whatever the price. $1,000. Okay. If the AI and all that was good, I would buy that. But yes, I would pay $1,000 for it. Not that I want to pay that much for it, but I would pay that much for a version of that with AI. 80% sale. Well, that's good, but it just doesn't have the AI, and I don't know if I'm going to play it. Find it. So yeah. So now on this. I don't know what's wrong with this. Please explain to me. Now I'll give you because they wanted, and there's maybe reason not to have this here. One, this is big so you can click it, okay? Because if they made these C zones too small. Two, maybe not here at Dover, Calais, but most of this other area, they don't want it to be right bordering a coast of thing, because yes, it should just be one of these things wide for some of this stuff. But is this so wrong for the naval functioning? Tell me yes, I know it's too wide, but it's meant so that a ship can go down here through here without going through coastal zones on either side. And yeah, here that's probably a bit too narrow for that, but tell me what's too wrong. I'm going to turn my heater off, but you can type in what in gameplay, not just in looks. And since it doesn't really affect too much the air battle going across here, I mean, tell me what's wrong, why it's bad, other than just, yeah, it should be closer. and then I probably will agree with you. But let me know what you find too wrong. I'll be right back. Just getting up. Because there is something called game functionality that you need to be able to have. Okay, I remember World in Flames before the days of home computers, but even then it was massive. Yes. Oh, I remember going to game conventions and had this huge map, and I watched it for a few hours of them playing. This huge map laid out, you know. One of them even, it was sort of up on vertical on a wall, you know, and it was about like 6 feet tall almost, the map. And they had all the counters or whatever with little magnets because it was sort of on a metal backing so that they could move the stuff around. And it was so cool. But, you know, I was a kid living at home, and nowhere in my house my parents would be able to let me set that up to then have it long enough to be able to play anything. And I had absolutely no friends that would be able to learn the game and play with me. I was able to get a few friends who could play Third Reich against me, and I could set up on the dining room table long enough and, you know, have it there for a few days and have friends come over and play it. So Third Reich, you know, Rise and Fall of the Third Reich by Avalon Hill, that was sort of my game. Not that I wouldn't be willing to learn, you know, World in Flames game. I would have loved to, but it was just an impracticability. And in my apartment, I'm sure I could get some sort of map set up in here, but it would take up too much of my apartment, really. So I don't really have a place to play that. And I know computers, yeah, you can play it, you know, over email or whatever, but I just don't have enough time and interest to do that, however cool it would be. If it was AI and it was a good AI, I would buy it. Well, yeah, the 80% off is tempting. I don't know. But almost I think I should, you know, I don't know, because if I was going to play it, I would play it for YouTube, and I'd find somebody, you know, to be my opponent. And then I sort of quite honestly feel they should give me the game because I'm doing that kind of publicity for them. So it's sort of a trade-off. It's not that, oh, I deserve it because I'm a YouTuber. No, it's, hey, if I'm going to be playing this and doing publicity for your game, you should give me the game. And I did buy this latest DLC. Though the Paradox, I bought the expansion packs. Paradox gave me Hoi 4 because of me being in the beta. But I bought the expansion packs. They gave me Imperator Rome, but they wouldn't give me some of their other games. I'm not big enough a streamer for them to care. But yeah, can you play it as the alliances? I mean, could we just say Germany and the Axis, including, say, Japan, and the Allies play the Soviet nationalists? I don't. Oh, it could be. What? Okay, Monster. Yeah, it's possible for sure. 2, 4, and 6 players. Hey, how about you, me, and Beam Sam? One Western Allies, Soviets on commentary. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe talk to me if you guys haven't. Hey, Arno, can you drop into both YouTube, and since we're up on both YouTube and Twitch, an invite to the Discord server? If you want to organize possibly anything up with me, yeah, I did some squad leader with my cousin, or advanced squad leader. He played it. So yeah, I played those with my cousin. He really liked Advanced Squad Leader, and I played that, and that was fun. But the best place to try to organize things up with me is on my Discord server. That's where we play War Thunder as well, and other games, including a lot of the guys play Hoi 4 there, or other things. I don't know if Arno's still around, or maybe he's getting that. I don't know. If he doesn't get it in a few minutes, I'll do that. Right. Okay. Well, let's continue the game here. The gamers ranting about stuff. And whether you guys organize up between yourselves, and more and more people are using my Discord server to organize their own games up. I wanted to build more of these to be able to build some Panzer IVs. Let's see, do we have We have some 100% zone. Okay, that's going to fill. Okay, it looks like Arno isn't right around immediately, so I'm going to come over and do this. Just because I want to get it up there for people. Arno's a great moderator, but he does have other things he does, I know, at times. Okay, so my server here, invite people. There we go, get that. Let's put that there. At least it's there on Discord. So if you haven't already, anybody can click that link. They should be able to get into the Discord server and we can talk about things some other time. And I'm really pleased that more and more people are using it to hook up for, you know, whether playing together or as opponents on various games. One of my biggest issues with the current games is that I want to play the entire war and I cannot stand the way your allies behave, like the Hungarians and stuff like that. Yeah, but I like here that you can, with Hoi 4 now, you can request significant forces from your allies as well as puppets, so your minor allies. Yeah, and I don't want I wish for I would love for Hoi 3 because the AI is so bad even in this thing here. I really wish you could not erase the country, but just be able to play the multiple countries. That would be great. Yeah, just everybody should get onto the Discord server, even if you're not planning on doing anything right now, just so you know it's there. Okay. Continue to move forward. Yeah, but under your operational control. But I also want to make all the decisions, you know, all of the, you know, industrial decisions, political decisions. But I really wish you could do so. There's one thing that's against that idea, especially, well, with probably both of the games, Hoi 3 and Hoi 4, is that the enemy AI is so bad that you're giving the player too much advantages. Okay, well, that's probably enough to push in another civilian factory. But they only have enough for one more. So, Soviet Union it will be. So, but yeah, I wish you could, and especially if you're playing multiplayer, it would be fair and nice to be able to play the minor countries. Okay, so we got all of these. Let's come over here and get some radar up and going. We have more civilian factories, which we're going to use to create more military factories. Well, I think we're going to save up to get Rommel, which is not too far in advance. Next, chip designer, material designer. Have an interesting decision. Let's get Metho bills. Not worrying about the trade with the Dutch. Region-wide industrial integration. What does this do? Cannot build one. Okay, any state-owned already received an extra building slot. Okay, so it adds an extra slot to Hanover. No, thank you. At least not at this time. Okay, no, We put our,
Bereit?
let's see how our advisors, main reason, well, I did want to build up some, you know, military points for the advisor, but the main reason was so that we could come over here and look and get a decent look at what's going on in the war here while they're not in our faction. Cool. Yeah, it would be great to be able to take over allied nations, nations in your faction. Any nation in your faction. Okay. Well, now we're going to build a couple of more. Hindenburg and here. Then I'm going to build some more civilian factories, because one thing I'm thinking we're going to need to do is build much more railways. And again, like I say, I haven't played this, so I don't know how much railway upgrading we're going to need to do to, well, one, in stages, as you know, we get ready to, you know, because we can see we have too many units here and we have too many units here, so we need more supply coming to these locations. And then once we get into here, we'll need to upgrade this, and then once we're invading here, we'll need to see about upgrading that. And I just don't know how much civilian infrastructures we will need to do so effectively. Yeah, it's me, and that's my big problem with these kinds of games. My dream game like Hoyer War in the East that lets you do the whole war. Yeah, I'm with you, Plastic Gangster. I have a version that I've been working on, what I would, in my head, just in my head, a version of what I would do since way back in the days of playing, because I even somewhere own a copy of Avalon Hill's Third Reich game on computer. It sucks, but I did buy that way back when. But what I would do as a grand strategy game, and it's somewhat like Hearts of Iron, but there are some other significant differences, and not just like the ability to control. In short, there's a, hey Lum, how you doing, my friend? It would have the ability to turn on and off AI for things. Is one element. So like you could say, oh, well, I'm going to let the AI handle the air war, you know, and just give it all over to the AI, or something like that. Or hey, I want to micromanage the air war, but we're going to let the submarine war be handled by the AI. Or you can micromanage everything, you know. Or hey, I want my allies to, you know, handle, you know, I want Italy to handle the Mediterranean, but I'm going to send them, you know, 4 Panzer divisions and let Italy control that. Or hey, you want it, you know, just some of the conceptual elements of it that definitely give the ability to either dig deeper into stuff or just let the AIs handle it. Okay, some more civilian infrastructure here. I know we're going to be getting some with well, not infrastructure, but factories. I know we'll be getting some with more with Czechoslovakia in significant amounts, but still. And what are we on? Oh, well, we're not really seeing, so these use medium tanks. Improved rubber processing, very nice production. Okay, so we're producing 1.5 about a week. That is pretty slow, even for tooling up. Oh, well, that's right. We need to research this to get better medium cannons for our tanks. Okay, Munich Conference, Historic Day. Okay, so we've just got our border section here. Peace for now, at least. Who can we invite to faction? Well, last time I tried to invite is it just Mussolini or yeah? Last time I tried to invite Hungary, but they didn't come, and they said they would accept. But okay, so now we got the Italians. For better or for worse, we have the Italians asked to join our faction. Yes, okay, they did. Okay. Right. Okay, we're still doing our march towards war. First Vienna Awards. Well, that will probably get us in Hungary into the faction. So let's go with that next. Yes, I know we're already in June, and this is taking way too long, in my opinion. Hello, I'll be Bob. I guess I'm probably butchering that. Sorry. How you doing? And hello, E. Koki. Good to have you here again. Oh, great. You got the handicap. Not sure what that. Oh, you mean Italy? Yes. Italy, the handicap. Okay. From getting there, we got a bunch more factories. So let's. I really, really wish, and maybe there is, but I don't know the code that would add a, well, we haven't gotten Czechoslovakia yet, but would add a in production factory, already already a proficient up into your production queue of something. So we'll do that. Let's look over here. Let's be somewhat systematic. Okay, we got a positive number of anti-tank guns finally. Good amount of them. Lots of those medium tanks. Okay. Tactical bombers, fighters. We can always use more fighters. I can just sort of say that as a blanket statement. You're going to get full-powered Soviets. Very well, maybe. He's there to fuck up in Africa, yes. 39 Soviets have lessons of war already. Very well could be. What can you build in your allies again? Well, okay, in your allied territories, you can build some things, some factories and whatnot, which will keep them more in your faction, or at least in your puppets. Maybe not so much your allies. In your puppets, you can. That's a distinction there. We got to wait just a little bit more to get Rommel. And we'll see how railway building is going. Okay, I'm just wondering this right now. Let's come to here. Let's come to railroads here. Okay, nope, we can't build. We can go there, but oh no, wait a minute, can we? Oh, we can. Okay. We can. I'm going to cancel these. We can build through our through allied territories here. We can build railways. Very good to know. We can't build. And this is the one thing is your puppets have to have certain levels of like. Technology to be able to build some of these things in there, because I know the Germans built some radar stations and they basically manned them in places like the Balearic Islands during the war, and obviously they weren't even allies, not really, so we can do that. We can't build there. Yeah, so I think it's just railways. Now I'm going to cancel these because I don't need to build right there. It was just an experiment. So we can build railway connections into our allies and not just puppets. So that is good to know. Lessons of war focus removes all negatives of the purge in the Soviet Union. Yeah, that may make them super strong. Why would you build railways there? Well, I'm just wanting to know for if I can build in allied territories. So if I wanted to build another railway, say down into Greece through, allied territory or something, I could do so. I just wanted to know if you could. Well, let's cap on PCs. I had it to still have 3rd edition board games in the cupboard. Yeah, I found World War II European Theater of Operations similar but much improved by SPI and later released. Yeah, a lot of great old games. Okay, we can still build more stuff here now. Well, allied territory. You're in factional allies. Lum. This being Lum. Yeah, I just, well, you see, and I think, well, and puppets are a bit different. So, like I say, it's been a while since I played base game, and some of the stuff's changed in some of the mods, so this is what I wanted to do. 100% bonus, get that done fast. Air bases in allied, well, we can try that. Air base. Yep, we can build airbase. Oh, cancel. Good. Now, building some more civilian. We got, well, it's... Okay, here we got, when we got over this part of the Sudeten land, we got 3 military and 2 civilian factories, and in this part of the Sudeten land, huh? Why the hell is Italy on the Czech border? I didn't give them like any sort of orders to go to the Czech border. Why the hell is Italy here? Got 1 military factory here. There was Tetra trucks. At least 1 military factory worth there. Why are the Italians moving into the Czech border regions? Can anybody please tell me why that happened? Who gave them permission? Well, okay, they're faction members. That sort of gives them permission. Why are they moving up here? What the hell is the AI thinking? Now, if I like gave a, you know, a allied objective thing like you have in Hoi, you know, like, oh, hey, I want you to watch this border area. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That would be cool. If I like asked for them, requested them. Let's just grab one of these. Yeah. Do this time to see what you should use this time to see what you can build. I think. Yeah, we're trying to build up. Italy is just a handicap. Yeah, that mafia. Select no supply lines for allies. That helps. Okay, technologist. I don't know if I want to do that, but good to know that I can do no supply lines for. That didn't put units on the border, so Italy was protecting you, I think. Well, maybe. Well, that could be it. Well, they're seeming to be staying there, even though I moved up there now. Well, this is so different from what I've experienced before. Because I remember playing as Italy, and when I would take a province alongside Germany, but if it became an Italian-controlled province, Germany would immediately withdraw its troops, and then the Soviets would come and bash me out. I'm not so worried about this particularly. I am worried about Italy doing something stupid later on. And I'm worried about Italy not protecting its own borders well enough. But let's look at supply here. Okay, well, maybe the AI is looking at how this is working and not overly stacking its units in places. We'll see how this goes. Because like I say, some of you guys very much have played much deeper into this than I have. I'm still experiencing this for the first time. And how it's all working out. Okay, so we've got some more civilian factories. Let's, now that we can, let's put in some radars around. Down here in the Tyrol to sort of cover that region. Units come onto the board, so we're using up a lot of our infantry and truck equipment. Yeah, we can do some more infantry equipment. No, I don't want to go here. I want to go here. Let's do 2. What units on the borders of Italy? How's the supply? Well, we can see again. I don't know if you. We can see here too many units are stacked for supplying effectively there. Yeah, this is just bad because it's out in the middle of the desert, kind of thing, away from the ports. Infrastructure. Well, I don't know. Maybe they haven't built a Via Balboa yet. Yeah, this should be a little more. This should probably be a 3 along through most of this here. Unless the Via Balboa isn't. Yeah, by 39 the Via Balboa, I believe, was fully built up. That's a highway that ran along the coastline here. I don't know if it quite made it to the, the border with Egypt, or quite made it to the border with Tunis here, but it definitely from the major port, and Italy was building sort of little ideal cities along here that they were moving in, Italians, sort of new built cities, and connecting it along there. So that should probably be, I think it should be a little more than 2. Looking at here, yeah, because this is pretty rugged. There isn't a highway, because this is not quite an Autobahn highway, that's all sculpted and whatnot, but it's a fully paved. I think it's 2 lanes each way, I think, but I'm not sure. But it's a full integrated good sort of highway running along here that Italy builds on it, what it calls its 4th shore. I don't know which is the first, the second, and then the third is sort of the southern, east, west, and south. This was the 4th shore, they called it, that they were trying to develop. So probably should have a little better development there. You have to do some Italy AI uses that. Well, yeah, but Italy, well, if you're talking North Africa, yeah, Italy should lose here, and Italy should not have this many divisions down here. Should not have its armored divisions down in Ethiopia. Come on, people. It just shouldn't. It's has what, 3 armored divisions here? May not be very good armored divisions, but hey, it's what Italy has. No armored divisions in North Africa. No armored divisions up in Italy. Do I see any here in here? No. Yeah, let's put its armored divisions down, and think you might be able to build radars up in the middle. Yeah, Italy has to research that, and that's a problem in my opinion. Okay, well, we're going to go at least 2 divisions per province. Put them under von Lieb's command across the Rhine. 2 divisions across the Rhine from the French. Yeah, because I'm not trusting that the Italians will stay here. Italy literally made to give Germany a handicap. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, at least in the game, it usually takes Greece by themselves. Not always though. Well, that's good. And if the biggest problem is that normally Italy goes to war with Greece without. Oh, we could do it now. Without planning enough to know that to have strong enough divisions there, and whether they should do the unhistorical thing as in like a naval invasion or not, that's up to debate maybe. But okay, Rommel, getting Rommel in as a theorist, maybe if they got decent focus tree. Well, yeah, well, you see, and it's been announced that they're at least contemplating that the next major DLC will focus on Italy. But I don't know that the military planning AI knows what's happening with the focus trees and knows that, oh, well, we're doing a 70-day focus tree to invade this country. Let's make good plans to invade this other country. I don't think there's a connection, a good connection there between the two. So it's only, they feel a little bit of threat, so they put in, 3 divisions, one each of these provinces, and then, we're at war with each other. Oops. You mean Greece normally just impossible to take, even if you help Italy, just up there somehow. They're just milking Hoi 4 dry. Yeah, well, we'll see where these guys go. You should move these Toronto dudes over to there. Yes, I don't know. Advanced machine tools, very good. Okay, so I've been focusing a lot on these, which I do think are important. We're getting radar, which I think is important. These are still mostly too early. We're in this playthrough, we're not paying attention to the Navy. Sorry, Arno. We will come back and look at that. We're not going to do amphibious tanks or anything right now, so we're pretty good for what we're looking at there date-wise. We got at least basic levels of most of this done, though I do want to do more. Just trying to go quickly through here. Yeah, that would be nice. But what I really think, like saying, we got this coming. Well, no, let's do this now, because we have that coming. Can't do that. Well, we could do it earlier than 1940, but only after we get that done. Move medium howitzer and medium cannon. Yeah, let's get this going. Going to make a minor DLC for Nordic countries before the Italy kind of like a battle for the Bosphorus. Well, if they do, they're stupid. Yeah, I know they're Swedish. I have a Norwegian friend who's maybe lurking around here who's like, everything Norway, cool. Yeah. And there may be Sweden, everything Sweden, but look, other than an invasion, and if you're thrown in Finland, okay, you have the Winter War, but didn't they already do something here for, oh no, this is just the generic tree. Okay. So, well, I would have done along with Poland and Soviet Union, I would have done a Finland thing, just dump it. Yeah, I don't know. Just so little happens up here. Yeah, I know the Germans invade Norway, and the Soviets have the Winter War. But that's it. Oh God, people, nothing happens. Let's get the things that happen done first. Battle for the Bosphorus, which I still not yet bought. At least the war sort of happens around here more in that these guys here, well, Bulgaria, as far as I know, never declares war on the Soviet Union. They only declare war on Britain. They don't even declare war on America, I don't think. So they're only limitedly in the war, though the Soviet Union does invade them, so it doesn't save them. At least these guys were major participants in the war on the East. And so, and obviously, losing some of their territory here. So yeah, they're much more central to the story of World War II. Yeah, motorized artillery. See other countries research. I have research stuff. Spies. Yeah. Are there technologies you would like to see added to the next DLC? Hello, cocoa butter. Fragrance. Technologies I'd like to see added to the next DLC. The thing I want to see next maybe is that all strategic movement must start and move along a railway line and then end on a railway line, very much like you're moving these railway guns. So for doing non-strategic movement, move wherever, however. But if they're going to do a strategic movement, they got to get to a railway line and then go along it. Now, maybe the difficulty is an AI to program it so it knows how to do that well. That could be. But that's what I would like. One thing I would like to see. Germany never intended to invade the Balkans. Oh, they didn't want to know. It was only Italy fucking up in Greece and Yugoslavia sort of, yeah, we're with you. No, we're not. Now you're invading, kind of thing. So yeah, no, they didn't. Hitler didn't want that. Hitler wanted a secure southern front, and that's what he was getting until. Yeah, because Greece wanted to be an Axis member, guys. Greece wanted, yeah, hey, we're fascist. They were sort of fascist authoritarian. Yeah, we're sort of fascist. We want to be allies with you, Mussolini. Mussolini's going, I want you. I don't want you as an ally. I want you. So, yeah, they sort of wanted to be an Axis member, but Italy was saying no, no, no. So had they left it alone, that would have been a secure southern front. You know, a lot less troops having to be on it. Very much too. News from Sweden has been quiet lately. This time they were having trouble with immigrants throwing around hand grenades and no-go zones. Well, spiraling, the question I have is, are they still having trouble with no-go zones? Which I think they are. I'm pretty damn sure they are. And I don't know if hand grenade attacks are still going on, though. That's another question. But I'm pretty sure there's still no-go zones, and they haven't done anything about it. I just don't think the news is reporting it. Spiraling. That's my opinion, that the news isn't reporting it. And that it's still a problem. I'm Italian, so really like Italy tree to be... Oh, well, of course, yes. Italy trees would be great to be rework Marchio. That would definitely be good, and they do play a very pivotal role in World War II. In Finland, our politicians are convinced that no such thing can happen here. Well, yeah, well, your politicians, because I've known politicians and talked to candidly, American ones. Sometimes they know that things can happen. They're just not willing to admit it out loud because they rather do the comforting lies than harsh truths. So they very well may think it could happen there, but they're not racist. They're not whatever. They're not going to do the Donald Trump thing and say something is bad. And so they just don't say stuff. Is my opinion on it. Yeah, okay. The reason for the hand grenades in Sweden, how they're getting them there, in a practical sense, I'm not quite sure. But to my understanding is, under Swedish law, if you shoot somebody with a gun or you stab somebody with a knife, that is murder because it is a deliberate act to harm someone, to attempt to kill them, if you kill them. But if you just throw a hand grenade into the room, well, you weren't targeting someone specifically, you were just igniting an explosive. So if somebody happens to die, well, it's just like manslaughter because you didn't deliberately target a particular individual. You just sort of threw a hand grenade into the room and it went off. That is my understanding is why grenade attacks were such a big thing in Sweden, because the bad guys figured out, oh, well, we'll get less, we can kill somebody and get less jail time for it, basically. I was shocked to hear that hand grenade attacks, gun issues are one thing. Grenades are crazy. PCBS, basically. Yes. So it's a weird nuance of Swedish law, is my understanding as to why there are, I want to see how we're doing with tanks. Okay, good, both medium and heavies. That means we should come here and add unit and add unit. We're going to add 2 units. So yeah, there's a legal, practical reason for it.
Befehle?
Correct me, somebody, if you actually know better that I'm wrong and not just think, because I'm pretty sure I'm correct on that. But if you have actual, real knowledge that I'm wrong, please always correct me. I want that. Hundreds of incidents over the last few years. Regulations on explosive softer than Sweden and other countries, maybe not at the point. No, I think they're smuggling the grenades in. You know, they're smuggling people in from the Middle East. They're just smuggling grenades. But beyond that, I mean, because it's not like improvised explosive devices, to my knowledge. It's actual proper military hand grenades that they're tossing around. Formations of street gangs in Helsinki. Yeah, I can imagine that they're doing it. We've got light tanks, but our panzer divisions currently have 1 battalion, which is sort of historical. 1 battalion of medium, 3 battalions of light tanks right now. Current reserves, even though I've just popped in 2 more into production. Maybe enough for another division, but I don't think enough to add another whole battalion of medium tanks to the divisions. Oh, it's been going on for some years, doing the grenade thing, I think. Like 4 or 5 years. Oh, well, yeah, that's in China. They do. There's a lot of mass stabbings going on in China. And it's various social pressures and the inability to get guns. And they focus on, the mass stabbings are almost always focused, not always, because sometimes they do like train stations or something, but a lot of them are focused on children's schools. They like to target, adults like to target children's schools for mass stabbings for some reason. I've heard explanations, but I'm not entirely sure on all of that. But that's China. Different sort of reasons there. You're making transport planes. No, we're not. I'm not doing transport planes right now, Sol XP, because mostly I'm trying to look at the railway mechanic. Even if it's a good idea right now to make them, I just don't care enough at the moment. I want to do railways to see how railways work. Yeah, I'm sure they're useful, the transport planes, but this playthrough is to look at certain things. That's why I'm like ignoring the Navy. This playthrough isn't to play a good game of Hoi 4. It's just, hey, how do railways work, and how are they cool or not, and how should they be changed or not? Harsh truths do not win votes. Absolutely. Yeah, it's sort of a meme thing that I saw, a little cartoon, 2 desks set up with a banner of them, one that says comforting lies, and then a long line of people waiting to hear those, and then the other desk above it said harsh truths, and nobody waiting to talk to those people. So yeah, and that's what I feel I sort of give with my I know there's people that have been around it. So I repeat myself. I know a lot because I know there are new people here. I call what I do is historical commentary, because I know I'm wrong on details and facts. Go read a book if you want to get this stuff, or go watch whether it's on YouTube or somewhere else, a well-prepared documentary. It's like when I do a mod, I research everything out and make sure it's good history. But then again, I forget the details. So even if I'm talking about my own mod. The other thing I try to do is lessons from history, not historical lessons. It's lessons from history, meaning it's not what happened on such and such date. Here's the details of the Munich conference, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm talking about the lessons learned or can be learned from the Munich conference or the Sudeten crisis. Sure, we talk about the details to some degree when I talk about that, say. Obviously, I didn't this last one, but I've talked about it in other videos. It's sort of the lessons learned from history. Those are the 2 things that I want to do with this with these videos. Is lessons from history and historical commentary. And so harsh truths, what we can learn from the past. Use the number 2 two-letter word basically pisses me off more than I like. We want to reach, just want to grill it for God's sakes. Not always do it, but sometimes try to make, comment look shorter. Right, essays. Yeah, but so far, most of your essays are well thought out. Plastic Gangster, so I don't mind them at all. Years started back in 23, got progressively worse each year since. Oh, you're talking about grenades, yes. Hello, Dennis Winter, gamer, another gamer here. Hope you're doing great and everything is okay. Yep, it is. I wanted to ask you if you plan to play Total War or Napoleon Total War, like World Domination. Well, I do have a play series of, which is almost finished, and I made a recent episode, put it up there, of Napoleon Total War, and I will complete it at some point. So I do have a Total War Napoleon series you can check out on my YouTube channel. I don't know if I'm going to be playing any more new Total War. I do have Total War Empire. I could play those sometime. I would be happy to, if there's, go watch the current Napoleon series. You hear me talk. I made a really great several episodes. One, I made a special episode talking about the different forms of infantry use in the Napoleonic era. The square, the line, the column, and used. There wasn't so much a playthrough episode. It was using the game to talk about the different types. So done a lot on that. So you might want to, if you haven't watched that series, it's worth watching. I know I'll complete it sometime soon. And if we get a bunch of people viewing it and writing comments. You write comments, let me know you're watching the thing. I will complete that, and if there's enough interest, I will play more various Total War stuff, mostly historical. Those who fail from learn to history are doomed to repeat it. Yes, and I know they sometimes say history doesn't repeat itself; it rhymes. Yeah, well, that's just sort of semantics, repeating or rhyming. It's all that sort of type of thing. Gamer trying to play Total War with mods without. Playing with, okay, I have not played it with mods. If like on Discord at some time, not because if you tell me something here now, I probably won't remember it. Not that I don't want to, but probably won't. I'm very willing to look into mods to see about. That wouldn't put me too much for there. Yeah, let's drop radar here. I very much could be talked into playing Total War Napoleon with mods. That could be really cool. And hey guys, I love talking about World War II, but I also want to talk about other periods in history. And so if there's enough interest in either a particular game or a particular period, I would be happy to play it. I want to play other periods. It's just interest, viewership levels do matter. And sometimes I know I get a few of you really interested in it and will watch every episode of something, but a few of you is not most of the viewers. So that I have to take that into account. So I'm sorry about not maybe playing everything that you guys, that some of the more dedicated viewers might want to watch, but I try. I can't. I don't want to make this channel for just 5 people, is I guess what I'm saying. I want to make it for as big an audience as I can get with this, within reason. There are huge lessons to be learned from history, actually. History of the Sudeten Crisis, Munich Agreement are valid right now. Absolutely. With Russia pushing, they're talking about maybe next year Russia's thinking about coming into Ukraine. I am very worried about China and Russia right now. I made an episode, I made a talk just on China maybe a month or so ago now. I'm really, really worried about Russia because, we have a defense agreement with Russia, we, the U.S. I don't think we're going to honor it. We didn't honor it over Crimea. We haven't honored it over the Donbass sort of region. Trump at least sent actual weapons and not just, medical aid, Trump, for Trump, people keep wanting to go, Trump is some sort of Putin's puppet. He's the furthest thing from Putin's puppet. He was supplying actual effective weapons to Ukraine to fight in the Donbass region. Just that Trump is more worried about China than he is Russia. I'm worried because if we uphold our defense agreement with, because we signed a defensive alliance with Ukraine to convince Ukraine to give up its nuclear weapons. We shouldn't have done it, but we did it. The U.S. did it. And if the U.S. doesn't uphold that defensive alliance, if it does, it could mean a major war and a major war with a nuclear power. So it could be, Armageddon. In a not just in some strange weird theory. It could just be, they launch an attack out of some Russia, Belarus or somewhere, and we bomb it there, and then they bomb somewhere in Warsaw, and we bomb somewhere in Moscow with conventional stuff, and once we do that, they launch nuclear missiles, or planes are coming towards Moscow, and they don't know whether they are conventional weapons or nuclear missiles, so they launch their nuclear missiles. So we could head into World War III or Armageddon if we defend Ukraine. If we don't defend Ukraine, we can head into World War III or Armageddon, because if they get Ukraine, and we have other defense agreements with the Baltic states, well, that may trigger it. But if we don't defend, because there's large Russian minority populations in here, they're minority, but they're large. Sometimes I think it's like 30 or 40%. Should have fucking gotten rid of them at the time, at independence, but they didn't. And Russia's going to claim that they need to protect the Russian minority and move in. If that doesn't trigger war, well, they'll move into, down here or move into Poland. The gradualism is at some point, if you don't stop him now, you don't give him a bloody nose now. Not really, I'm not advocating, unlike Arno, I'm not advocating bombing Moscow. I'm advocating what I would have done, and maybe I make a poor world leader, but what I would have done if I was the U.S. president, once they invaded Crimea, I would have scheduled with the Ukrainians a training exercise with the Ukrainian Armed Forces, send in basically one battalion of M1 Abrams tanks and a few support weapons, and set up a live fire training exercise and start it down here, and just sort of drive into to Crimea, along with the Ukrainian infantry support. And if the Russians shoot back at this live fire exercise, we return fire and clear out, early on in the first 6 months, clear out the Crimean Peninsula. Sort of dare them to shoot at us, and if they shoot, we shoot back. And we see how well our Abrams would do against whatever fighting forces there are there. And I would have a carrier or more sitting out here, or have a bunch of airplanes sitting in Romania ready to fly air cover. And only shoot from the air if they shoot back at us. And I would have cleared them out of Crimea. That's what I would have done. And just called it, we're not invading Russia. We're not fighting Russians. These guys, if they're Russians, they're in a foreign country. They better get the fuck out. We're doing a live fire exercise with our Ukrainian friends. And I personally believe that had a U.S. armored battalion moved in here, and we allowed them to peacefully surrender themselves and leave, and we provided the exit strategy, they would have withdrawn. I believe they would have. I don't believe they would have shot back. I think if the American tanks had rolled in. That's what I believe would have happened at that time. Now, if we do it now, it might mean a shooting war. But had we done that, Putin would have stopped pushing. Would not have then started pushing in Donbass, would not push in other places. Had we done that, I think we would have avoided a major possibility of going to World War III. But unfortunately, our American leaders of a particular party, but even some of the Republicans as well, are damn weak on things. And Putin thinks he can get away with it. And Putin's going to keep pushing until he doesn't think he can get away with it. And the more we let him get away with it, if he invades Ukraine and he puts Russian tanks into Kiev and gets away with it, whether that becomes part of Mother Russia or just he installs a puppet government, like there's basically a puppet government, is my understanding, in Belarus. If he just puts in a puppet government, either way, because he didn't have that puppet government until the Ukrainian Revolution kicked them out. If he just does that, he'll want to do it in the Baltic states, and he'll keep pushing, and that is a real problem. Now I'll check out what it's saying on the chat. Okay, so you think it's going to be okay? How far back? Okay, how far back do we need to go here? There are huge lessons from history. Yes, things doomed to repeat itself. Yes. Who else said that? Just nobody in chat. You got two? No. Oh, I have two. Well, I have two chats. Plastic Gangster. I have both YouTube and Twitch chats. So I'm watching both. One is informing them good. So yes, I'm watching both. So do you think that the game is going to be good in the future? Also, maybe well, I don't know about EU5. I think people are going to be disappointed in whatever's first coming out of it. I don't know that Paradox has learned its lesson. I think this game is getting better and better. I just found your YouTube channel. Hello, yeah, Dennis. We were talking. Love your videos. Really like how you're trying to do your best in your videos. Just thank you very much. Thank you. Dennis, okay, we also have Budapest Declaration, where Reagan and John Major and Boris Yeltsin all guaranteed Ukrainian territorial integrity. I think that's maybe the one I'm talking. No, this was after. I think that's Bush or John Major, but I'm not sure. Maybe you're right, Plastic Gangster. I don't remember. Because I think doesn't Yeltsin comes in under Bush the Elder, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. That I find, because it was still Gorbachev when the wall fell, and that was after Reagan left the White House. So yeah, I'm going to try to catch up. The war in the Donbass is pretty interesting. Lots of battles in the area of World War II. Yes. Hello, Cheeto. Would be worse if Germany won World... Oh, absolutely. It would be terrible if Germany won World War II. Germany was evil. U.S. constantly harassing Russian borders. Well, fine, yes. Russia doesn't like that we support the Baltic states and Ukrainian independence. Yes, I know that they don't like that. Oh, Russia moved in, yeah, without a shot being fired. Yes, it'll be worse if Russia take Ukraine, and then it's back to Stalin times. Yes. War over the Ukraine is also, I think it's a realistic scenario. It's a possibility. Though I don't know what, because you may think Biden, well, Biden isn't in charge. Biden is just the guy that signs the papers. It's the people pulling the strings in the White House behind Biden that are in charge. And the ministers that are running each department are in charge. U.S., NATO, Russia surrounded. Yes, they do. Well, who's the aggressor here? NATO or Russia? NATO was set up as an anti-Soviet alliance. So, that's very true. NATO supported, in the U.S., because the U.S. supported and never recognized Soviet invasion of the Baltic states. They had consulates, at least, or embassies, in Washington, D.C. for all three of these countries all throughout the Cold War. Now, they were not necessarily freestanding buildings. They were just like maybe like one floor in an office building or something somewhere in Washington, D.C., or maybe just a few offices in an office building in Washington, D.C. But they had either it was officially recognized as a full embassy or as a consulate from these occupied countries that Russia occupied after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. They did not recognize Russian conquest of them. So the U.S. supports NATO here. Ukraine got its independence at the downfall of the Soviet Union and not part of Russia. Okay. At the downfall of Russia, the U.S. acknowledges independence of Georgia. These two areas here. That's the collapse of the Soviet Union. Nothing to do with Russia, because Russia, as a political entity, was the Russian Federation, or the Russian, because it's Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. It was the Russian Republic up in here. We, to the best of my knowledge, no Russian Republic or no Russian Soviet Republic territory. Not talking Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, but Russian Republic territory has been threatened or taken away by any NATO power, to the best of my knowledge. Satellite regions of the former Soviet Union, yes, but Russia, no. Okay. To the best of my knowledge, the U.S. has never actively supported any movement that's taking away Russian territorial claims or territories, to the best of my knowledge. Okay. So, does building up alliances with bordering countries like the Baltic states, like Poland, maybe like Ukraine? I know we have defense treaties. They're not part of NATO. I know they're not part of NATO, but we have defense treaties signed with them. I should end this, but no. Yeah, I think we're going to keep this going as chat. Hey, good reason to watch the full chats, but I'm going to stop this as a Hearts of Iron episode because we're way off topic. Thank you all so much for watching. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, we're going to continue here. So, and I know you're saying stuff in chats, and I'll get to that. And I do like the interaction here. But we do have defensive alliances with Ukraine. Is that aggression, because Russia also, to the best of my knowledge, I think under Yeltsin, acknowledges Ukrainian independence, and they establish a border that's internationally recognized and recognized by Russia. So now the U.S., or NATO we should say, NATO moving into territories that have been part of the Soviet Union but are now independent countries, aggression. How is that aggression? It's not aggression. It's not aggressive. We're not the aggressors here. We're not demanding Russian Federation territory of the Russian Federation. We're not talking Russian Soviet Republic territory be taken away from Russia. We're not doing any of that kind of thing. We're not being aggressive against Russia. We are getting alliances for peace and stability in Europe through NATO. Okay, peace and stability in Europe through NATO. So you're trying to then, and I'll get to some of the other chats and see what people are saying, but I think it was Spiraling that said, that we're putting bases all around that. So you mean peace and stability in Europe is anti-Russian. Russia needs this destabilization of Europe as a basic function. We haven't even tried to claim this little bit of territory, and it's a little bit of this, little bit of north here. This little territory that's still in actual Russian control. No one's tried to take that away from Russia. That's still sitting there. I guess it's maybe more down here, but that little Soviet or former Soviet territory that's still Russian controlled. Nobody's tried to take even that away from Russia. So how is stability in Europe under a unified military alliance, which is different than the EU because it obviously has non-EU members like US and Canada as part of NATO. It doesn't, and this is what a lot of modern people don't, they think the military alliance is the EU. No, the military alliance is NATO. The political and economic alliance is EU. You can have NATO and not have EU. So you can break up EU entirely and still have NATO left over entirely. And it's NATO that keeps the peace and stability in Europe, not the EU. The EU, I think, is actually becoming a dominant power that is destabilizing Europe, and there's other things there. So NATO trying to build a stabilized European defensive alliance, how is that in any way been any aggression against Russia? Yes, it shows that around Russia does not have ability to expand territories into these regions, not being able to expand influence through might, through force. Because there's nothing in NATO that says, oh, well, you build a gas pipeline somewhere, whether natural gas or oil or something like that, that Russia can't turn it off. They can still have economic influence. You know, they can still bribe politicians locally or something. You know, they can still have influence, and they can have influence anywhere in the world. NATO doesn't stop them from having influence, economic, commercial, whatever. They can have influence, but that they need to have the ability to militarily destabilize nations or threaten nations with military invasion is somehow a Russian right? Or stopping that is Russian aggression? Now, Russia's trying to spin this stuff through their propaganda, obviously, because nations do that. But there has been no NATO aggression against, and if you talk NATO submarines or something, following other Russian submarines, yeah, that's what happens with submarine exercises, and possible, conflict. But if Russia wasn't being aggressive against NATO members, we wouldn't be thinking about that. So yes, there is definite expanding of NATO with the fall of the Warsaw Pact. But NATO, I mean, if you're going to say that there's going to be a new Holocaust of some sort in Russia, or something like that, like an equivalent of Pol Pot comes to power and is murdering half of their population or something, yeah, NATO might invade. But short of that, NATO will not attack Russia unless Russia is attacking another country, even outside of NATO. Like NATO might go to war over Ukraine. So if NATO, the only thing that NATO will do, and this is for the next however long, NATO, because of the way the alliance is structured politically, is never going to be an aggressive alliance. It is a defensive alliance, and it is only looking to create stability. And the only thing that Russia as a power would want to is expand into other places. So all it is doing is keeping Russian expansion into check. And if that's being aggressive against Russia, my fucking God. I mean, and I'll get to the chat here, but and I do want your input, but that's just another gamer rant on this idea that NATO is being aggressive. Yes, it's expanding, but only into internationally recognized independent states, because these were independent states until the Soviets invaded them. And now that the Soviets have left, they want to join NATO. So we join them there. The thing Russia wants to do is because there's a bunch of Russian-speaking peoples in here, they want to claim the territory back. They want to invade. Let me shift this down here and scroll up here a bit more, because I am interested in what you guys are saying. Okay, how far back? Okay, Ukraine justifiably gave up their nukes, which would have guaranteed their integrity quite satisfactorily, but they accepted the Budapest instead. However, we let the Russians deal with Crimea. Yeah, that was, like I said, that was wrong. I know some of the stuff is back a while in my diatribe, but I want to catch up. I would like to know if you would play USA and Europe Total War, Empire Total War. Okay, well, that's a good idea. I could consider that sometime. Empire Total War, US. Though I'm a big fan of Britain at the time period, I also believe that Russia would not pursue aggressive foreign policy if NATO didn't exist. Yeah, no, I think Putin, because they're not, there's Russia and there's political leaders. Putin would wants to rebuild the Warsaw Pact and dominate things like that. I truly believe he does. You just believe that if you surround a country with military bases, yes, it will get bad way, but your vision of the world, everything does not align with U.S. interests, is dangerous. Well, it's not just U.S. interests, but yeah, Taiwan, I think, bears some more resemblance to what is happening in 1930. I'm very, very worried about, and like I say, Plastic Gangster, there is a video I talked about what was going on in Taiwan, and I go pretty deep into it for about an hour, with a lot of facts and talking about bases and what's going on when they agreed the One China principle. Yeah, NATO made to battle USSR. It should have been dissolved along with the USSR. Then no, it's morphed into a like I say, European stability thing. No, not necessarily. For example, I think Russia's supporting Assad. Well, I save things. I think I can find this quickly. Let's see, where are we looking? Here. Did I get it to maps? I think I may have moved it to maps. I save all kinds of images. Yeah, it's going to sort by date once it gets through sorting, yes. Switch over here just briefly to desk. This is my understanding is the current situation in Syria. And, Trump tried to pull the U.S. troops out and ordered the U.S. troops out, and the commander locally lied to him and said they got him out. But this looks like current U.S. occupation in Syria. My understanding, this could be wrong. Just a statement of fact. All maps that deal with political boundaries or any other sort of thing other than pure geography, all maps are propaganda. Just a blanket statement. Whether you talk, because there's some maps that I see that are really good that are like the ethnic makeup of Europe before World War I or whatever. They're all propaganda. Doesn't mean they're untrue, just means they're all propaganda. Anything that is out, and obviously I can't read the Arabic here, but we can see, sort of the American the various bases of types here in Syria. And this red here is the sort of Assad/Russian controlled area. And this is sort of the Turkish, the green is the Turkish, is my understanding here. And then the rest is rebel controlled territory. Assad is an evil guy, but some of the rebels, maybe not so much the Kurds, which are sort of the U.S. ally here, but some of the other rebels here are Islamic freaks. Now, some of them are sort of middle-class, non-Assad approving Arab units, but I think a lot of those have gotten wiped out over time. So a lot of the people that Assad is fighting are Islamic freaks. By that I mean, radical extremists. So yeah, not Oh, I want to get this down here. So let me go through the chat some more. I'm not going to. Assad is. Supporting Assad is a thing. It's not evil. He is evil. Assad is evil. But some of the people he's fighting are evil too. So it's a mixed bag. I don't want to get into too blatant of a statement either way on it. I just looked up Budapest Memorandum is signed by John Major, Boris Yeltsin, but you're right. It was not Reagan. It was not Bush either. It was Bill Clinton. Okay, yeah, I knew there was the thing there. Thank you, Plastic Ancient. Would America accept Chinese-friendly puppet state in their border? Well, America. Hello, Martek. America accepted a Soviet puppet state on our border, Cuba, and because you can't quite see America from Cuba. But it's very close, and it's on the borders, and they tried to put nuclear weapons, and we had the standoff. So yes, America allowed a Soviet puppet state in Cuba, in Nicaragua. Nicaragua obviously is not right on our border, but we allowed it. We are allowing a Cuban puppet state north of our border in Canada. Canada is controlled by Cuba. I don't know if you know, but Castro's son is governing Canada right now. That's Castro's son is the Prime Minister of Canada, if you don't know. Look at the photos. And yeah, you can go into that. So yes, U.S. does allow puppet states right on their border. And we also allow we're also allowing a narco state to exist in Mexico. So right on our border, and they're doing all kinds of crazy bad things and shooting, and there are multiple incidents of Mexican troops coming into the United States of America armed, protecting drug shipments to a degree into U.S. territories and keeping away U.S. Border Patrol from arresting them. And so there has shots been fired by Mexican troops inside of America at American Border Patrol. Not just firing from Mexico, but firing in there. So yeah, we're allowing it. So what's wrong with a Russian power? You know, we also have Venezuela, which is a Russian puppet right now, a Russian-Cuban puppet. I know, again, that's not on the border, but that's down in Latin America. So yeah, war between NATO and Russia will happen if Russia goes in the Baltic states. Yes, I think that's very possible, Beam Slam. It's another country, it's another story with Ukraine. I do not believe NATO will interfere there. I think you're right, Beam Slam, on what you're stating. And that's the problem. Will Putin think, if the U.S. does not, because I don't think the U.S. will go, especially under our current president, because our current president is a Russian puppet. Not really, but something of one. He's an apologist, and his son makes money out of pro-Russian Ukrainians, and that's a fact. I mean, he makes money out of pro-Russian Ukrainians, his son, or had in the past. I don't think our current government will defend NATO, or defend Ukraine, but there has already been reports of green men, as they're called, in some of the Baltic states, and those are basically I gotta watch my words, Russian military personnel without any badges or any identification saying they're Russians, have already supposedly been operating in some of the Baltic states. And they're worried about a green man invasion, meaning non-official invasion. And then when the Baltic states militaries comes and does something against these so-called green man, the Russians will, oh, you're persecuting the Russian minorities, we got to come in and protect them, and then try to move their troops in using that as a pretext. That's what I'm afraid is going to happen in the Baltic states. And then and Putin, because he's gotten away with it in Georgia, I think that was under Medvedev, but Putin was pulling the strings. In the Georgia invasion, yes, I know the U.S. got them to somewhat withdraw but they got away with it. And then they totally got away with it in the Ukraine, and they're getting away with it, including shooting down a Dutch civil airliner in the Donbass region. So I don't think he thinks if they get actually Russian tank units into Kiev, into the capital, not just, we've taken another border slice away, but if they go in and fully occupy the country, I think he'll in not overnight, but in time he'll work his way into the Baltic states, and he thinks he'll get away with it, and I think it will cause the problem. Actually, I think there's a red line in the Baltic states. Yes, I know I'm just catching up here. I'm just going to skim some of this. Yes, but I don't know that will again. Yeah, Kaliningrad. That's their little puppet state air region there. Stalingrad Oblast, they just call it Oblast, but it's basically the old yeah, I know, it's the old Königsberg, but that's still a Russian sort of military reserve area or something that makes no sense that it exists. And look at aggression. We're talking about aggression. Basically, it's this little state here. I hate the goddamn state mechanics because I think, whatever. That's another diatribe by me, but it's basically this here. If Russia is not long-term strategic thinking of rebuilding the Soviet Empire as the Russian Empire, always watch my language carefully because I use it surgically as much as I can. Why the hell do they stay here? This has to be an economic drain on them. This cannot... Now maybe somebody can tell me that there's some factory making GPUs or something here that's making Russia super money, but I can't imagine that this little enclave here is a positive benefit to Russia. It is, in my best estimation, a negative benefit to Russia, economically. And I don't know how many Russians live there, but really, if you're not thinking, and then this whole sort of region in here, that's this other sort of ongoing civil war between who I don't really know, that had been Romanian territory, just because it was Romanian because this was sort of core Romania here before World War I, if I'm not mistaken. This was added, and this was added after World War I. If I may be wrong, again, this is commentary, but this is a whole nother little thing that Russia has, since day one of the breakup of the Soviet Union, Russia has been supplying some of the rebel forces here, to the best of my knowledge. Could be wrong, but to the best of my knowledge. So if Russia wasn't trying to destabilize this terrain from day one of the end of the Cold War, and wasn't keeping this, they're planning on getting all this back. That's the aggressive objective goal. Now, I don't know if it's obviously, from the end of the Cold War, it's longer than a 20-year plan. I don't know if it's a 100-year plan, a 1,000-year plan, or just however long it takes. But this tells me they want this back. Now, obviously, this part out here is still Belarus, or somewhere, the border's drawn. But they want this back. And so this Kaliningrad here, yeah, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. Why? I don't know why NATO didn't really push in the Yeltsin period to get that gone. I don't understand. There may be good reasons that they didn't push hard there. Russia, until an alliance with Canada and Mexico, claimed, hey, I'm not surrounding you. Hey, well, like I say, Canada's already a sort of a Castro puppet, and Mexico is a narco state. I'm okay with NATO. It's spiraling. Yeah, NATO is a military alliance. The EU is a political and economic alliance. The old European, Commonwealth or whatever, or the EC, that was initially a economic alliance. But now it's moved into a political one, and I agree with you. I don't know that it's a good idea. Obviously, I'm not a European, but there's whole things I've talked about that before. I'm not saying that Russia is doing good. I hear you. Too many letters. Maybe that's what I should call you. Let's just say controlling the world. We saw how America peace works in Afghanistan. Well, that's a whole nother story. Because, see, that's a whole nother story is between, say, like the Ukraine and the Baltic states, both of those areas have a Russian minority into them, yes, but the overwhelming majority of the citizens of Ukraine and the Baltic states want to be American allies, want to be NATO allies, want to be in NATO. Those are all different things, but they want to be that. That is different than the U.S. invading Afghanistan and setting up a puppet and then military supporting a puppet. That is a different thing. We can talk about that, but that is entirely different than NATO expanding into friendly, willing, wanting, asking for nations. And obviously the U.S. is a major element of NATO, absolutely, but it's not just, the U.S. does not control NATO. If France, Germany, and Britain did not want to bring the Baltic states into NATO, the U.S. couldn't have forced them to. The U.S. might force onto NATO, use our caliber, especially back in the Cold War days, use our rifle caliber or our pistol caliber. Well, it was sort of eventually NATO forcing America into the pistol caliber of 9mm, but it took a long time for them to do that. So there's one thing. So we might be able to force a weapons program onto NATO or something, or a standard onto NATO, like all. And NATO standard is all rocket warheads must be contained in the launcher. So we, in NATO, now maybe it's changed, can't have something that's like an RPG-7 in which the warhead is big and exposed. So you have like the TOW missile and the Milan missile, and so those rockets are all in some sort of tube before launching. So yeah, that was sort of a NATO requirement. I don't know who pushed that on them, on NATO as a whole, but yeah, so military things like that, like what tanks to use or what tank ammo to use or something, have everybody use 120mm guns or have everyone use 105 guns or whatever, that kind of thing, the U.S. very well may be able to force onto NATO, but beyond that, they takes the not like I say, it's sort of the major players in the modern day. In the old days it really wasn't Germany, but in the modern day it's Germany, France, and Britain as well as America. If those four nations agree, Italy has some say, but not that much. But if those four major nations agree upon a political, like letting something like the Baltic states in, it's going to happen. But Denmark can't. It can leave the alliance, but it can't stop an expansion just because they disagree. So yeah, so that's the difference there. You don't have to invade a country to be an aggressor. No, you don't have to invade a country to be an aggressor. But expanding your alliance is not aggression. You can do other things. You can blockade a country, but aggression takes physical force. Or any civilized democracy is difficult. The Russians don't believe in it. We live, so we know it, but the Russians really don't see it as enemy too much. Yeah, Russia does like its buffer zones because of World War II, but they were doing that before. And Ukraine, anyone asks the citizens of Crimea and Donbass if they don't actually want to be Russian. Yeah, goes America. Doesn't accept, aren't they still saying, yeah, well, we sanctioned them. Oh, hey, if Russia wants to block all trade with the Baltic states, perfectly legit to do so. They could close the border. Not that I want that to happen, but that's a reasonable action to take. So yes, we sanction Cuba for multiple reasons. Nowadays, they're no longer, to the best of my knowledge, they're not really a Russian puppet. Russia is not supporting them very much. A little bit, maybe. They're actually getting more support from, or had been, from Venezuela because of the oil money in Venezuela. And I think also they're getting money from Iran, Cuba. But they're not as much of the Russian puppet. But so there's other reasons we're still sanctioning them. But yeah, no, you want to sanction somebody, go ahead. As a nation, I may disagree with it, but that's a legitimate things to do. Japan can can break economic, can either block a particular thing, like no semiconductors from Korea can come into Japan, or they can block all trade with Korea. I'm talking like South Korea. Japan wants to do it, go ahead. That's all a legitimate thing that each country gets to decide what it wants to do. And I may be against the particular thing, but I think it's a legitimate thing to do. Yeah, Canada is Cuba's puppet, 100%. And yes, I'm overstating that, obviously, but Trudeau, his mother's, Margaret Trudeau, was a good friend of Castro. And her older husband at the time, much older than Castro, and you look at pictures of Trudeau and you look at pictures of young Castro, yeah, they're father and son. I'm only going to believe a truly objective DNA test that would tell me that they're not. But I don't even know if I believe that. Naval and missile base, yes, they're in, I think we're talking Stalingrad. Yeah, Syria is an unholy mess. Don't know how much I need to read. Yeah, generally it's pretty bad. So there may be a few good guys or better guys, but there's a lot of bad guys that are fighting bad guys. And some of the bad guys might be better off winning. I might think some of the bad guys, like Assad, might be better off for some of the people winning than the Islamic jihadists winning. I would agree with that. But he's just the lesser of evils, not a good guy. Okay, however, we would intervene on behalf, nobody knows where most. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up here. Oh, B4 rewritten 3. Bringing the Baltic states and Ukraine and NATO would come as a threat to Russia. Well, Baltic states are already in. Endless rain in Europe. Okay, well, you're in Ireland. Is Ireland in Europe? Do we have a consensus? Is Ireland in Europe? I lived in Scotland. I lived on the east coast of Scotland, so it rained there some, but not endless. Though when I was visiting and staying some time on the west coast of Scotland, it would... Most of the days that I was on the west coast of Scotland, it would only rain about 1/3 of the day. And you could normally look west and see the waves of clouds and then sunlight and clouds and sunlight, so you could know when to go out into the sun and when to go back into the cover when it rained. Because I spent quite a few days on the west coast of Scotland, and it rained a lot there. So yeah, it's sort of where I figure you sort of are. So yeah, rains a lot on there. Okay, moves the starting line closest to Moscow than ever have been. Yeah, but you don't have to have the war. Yeah, even Putin knows NATO neither capable or willing to attack Russia, but there's much propaganda. Putin wants to expand west, is my belief. Then the guy at Königsberg also knows Oblast Armed Camp. Population 90%. Yeah, I understood that it was mostly Russians. They forced local Prussians out. Well, basically all the Prussians got forced out either by the Poles or the Russians or whoever. Most had already been evacuated. Yeah, effectively armed camp. Yeah, but I figure it's got to be a economic thing. Gamer is clearly a Chinese puppet. Oh, NMDB. Go look at my video on Taiwan. That'll dispel any idea that I'm a Chinese puppet. I'm from Northern Ireland, so no, we're out of European Union with the rest of Britain. Well, it's not just I was talking about European Union, but is Britain part of Europe? That's something that's debatable before rewritten M3. Let me go just call you B4. But is Britain part of Europe? And it's physically out in the ocean. Are the Canary Islands or the Azores part of Europe? No, they're not. Is the British Isles part of Europe? Well, it's sitting off the continent. Now, it's on the continental shelf, where these guys are not on the continental shelf. So, yeah, Ukraine could be Gav's plan or might not be. I personally think a bit of luck, as long as Putin will accept it, just eastern Ukraine. Yeah, I don't know what the goal is, but we already Canada as, okay. Technically, Britain is part of Europe, but not part of the mainland Europe. Yeah, we are part of the European theater of operations. Yeah, but so was North Africa part of the European theater of operations. So, is Tunis part of Europe? We got, things there. So it's just how you want to... Was North Africa ever part of Europe? Interesting question, guys. last part of the last comment. Well, Tunisia is was part of the European theater of operations in World War II. So is it part of Europe? So I put a recall in my mouth so I can keep talking. You slur my words now a bit. Was North Africa ever part of Europe? An integral part of Europe. And and I have the map focused as with proper intention right now. The Mediterranean world, with the Roman conquest and the earlier Greek colonies. Well, Beam Slam, a bunch of us Brits did move away. We moved over to here. Yeah, I think Britain decides, or at the end of the 100 Years' War and the loss of every major territory except for Calais, and then eventually Calais, I think that's when Britain stops being a European power. They stop being European at that point. I really do think so at that point. Hello, Marcel. So yeah, I don't know if North Africa was ever part of Europe, but I don't know. Because the Carthaginians are Phoenicians that colonized Carthage. So that's not European. The Egyptians obviously aren't European. Cyrenaica is heavily colonized by the Greeks for a while. This territory here, it's obviously so close. A lot of the southern Italy was colonized by the Greeks. Some other places, but no, I would say North Africa. And so I was thinking, is it the Islamic conquest that separates North Africa from Europe? But no, I think it's always been a different culture, different viewpoint, and not part of Europe. EU fight Russia without both the Ukrainian. Because if you fight or you don't fight over the Ukraine, EU will fight over it. Okay, under our current administration, and administrations change, I believe, trying to think of everything I know about some of the people involved in the current administration, I think it's going to be like France in World War II. France was willing to fight over the Sudetenland. No, let me rephrase that. Again, I try to use my language surgically. France was willing to go to war over the Sudetenland. But France was only going to do it if Britain was going to do the fighting. And so only if Britain came into the war. And when Chamberlain says, advises, not Hose, was it Hose? I forget, Hosda or whatever, one of the Czech leaders, to give in on the Sudetenland. That's the moment that the French realize that Britain is not going to fight with them, fight for them over the Sudetenland. And so they're not willing to do it. Because Britain was willing to fight over Danzig, then France is going to go to war. So I think America is in the same position. If Europe, for Ukraine or the Baltic states, either one, if Europe is going to fight, America will follow along. But I don't think America, under our current administration, under the Bush-Reagan years, they would have fought over the Baltic states. Even Bush the younger. I'm not sure what Bush the younger would have done over the Crimea, because Crimea happens under Obama. The Georgia fight happens under Bush, I believe. And Bush's reaction to it gets Putin to back off and withdraw from most of the territory. But our current administration will not be the ones pushing for the Ukraine, because they're bought off, and probably won't push for the Baltic states. But if Germany, Poland, but mainly it's Germany and Britain and France, if they're going to, not so much Poland, but Germany, Britain, and France, if they're going to fight over the Baltic states, the U.S. will come along and fight under our current administration. That's how I see it. Yeah, Captain Zet. Yeah, it did become Romanized, absolutely. But there were still other states out here that weren't Romanized, and there was definitely Greek colonies here along North Africa. And Alexandria was definitely a Greek colony, as part of the Ptolemaic Egypt. But I'm just looking as a general. So yeah, there's definitely European elements there. The cities were part of Europe before Islamic conquest. They were even part of. There was even a pope from North Africa. Well, there's still a pope in Egypt. The Coptics still have a pope. They still have I don't know if they call him a Pontifex Maximus in the Latin term, but they still have an equivalent of a pope. Down there. Really, Provo Joe is no friend to the UK, but he is pro-Europe, and to be honest, I would like to think. Well, see, Joe Biden is pro-European, and it's not so much him. He doesn't matter anymore. Quite honestly, he doesn't matter. It's his advisors, the people pulling the strings. They're upset over Brexit, so they're not friends of an independent Britain. Not at all. They're pissed off still about Brexit. So some of the deals that Trump was making have either been stalled or canceled now that Joe Biden's in office. All those British politicians wanting to get rid of Trump and supported getting rid of Trump because they could have been making statements, Boris Yeltsin and others, that how great Trump was, but they weren't. So they made Trump look bad. They helped him lose the election. Didn't cause it to lose the election, just helped. In Britain, have now got Joe Biden. And all those politicians in Europe that are seeing the disasters of Afghanistan, that's all because of Joe Biden. Trump, to the best of my knowledge, was going to keep the major air base in Afghanistan. His plan, I'm blanking on the name if Marcel wants to shout it out or somebody, the major military air base. The Americans were going to withdraw everything but that air base and the security sort of forces around the air base. So they were going to continue to do air support for the ground forces out of that. It was Biden administration that did the air base withdrawal, as far as I know. So all the foreign leaders that are pissed off about Afghanistan, and they should be, because those the Taliban has lots of great weapons, lots of great surface-to-air missiles. They got lots of surface-to-air missiles now. Those will never shoot down a civilian liner. No, they have a special button or special code in them that won't let them shoot down a civilian airliner, I'm sure. All that explosives will never find its way into buses or underground stations or whatever you want to call them, the metro stations or whatever, in Europe. No, it'll never do that because they have special will not work in Europe tags on them. So all those Europeans who are pissed off at Trump and didn't like Trump, and you don't have to like Trump, but wanted to get Biden in, man, it's gonna be pretty bad. Certainly become a pariah if Europe and UK fight along. Well, that's what I'm saying is if enough of Europe fights, America will follow under this current administration. But it takes them leading. It's like the U.S. has withdrawn its objections to the Gazprom or whatever the pipelines coming into Germany now, because they were objecting under Trump. But now that Biden's in, well, the Germans say it's good to have them because the Germans want the natural gas. Oh, we're for it now. We're going to stop sanctioning Russia because of it now. Because, the sanctions have been weakened, if not fully lifted. I don't know that they've been fully lifted, but weakened since Trump has left office. I know it doesn't hit the headlines because we don't want to embarrass Biden, but a lot of the anti-Russian sanctions against, killing the guy in Britain and Donbass and some of the other things and taking over Ukraine, some of those sanctions have been lifted under Biden's administration. We talk about Trump was Putin's puppet. I still got people on Twitter that I communicate with. That was just the bony throw. Well, most of the stuff that Trump was doing, Biden administration has quietly left off. So yeah, don't tell me that Putin or that Trump was Putin's puppet. That was just anti-Trumpism, and that was lies. Lies. No, well, yeah, but like I'm just reading Bean Slams. Yeah, Trump was making a deal with the Taliban, but Trump was going to leave the big air base fully manned and fully upgoing, and was going to use that and Nord Stream, yes, Marcel, owned by Deutsche Bank. Gazprom is owned by Deutsche Bank, yeah. But who controls the taps? Who can turn it on and off? He does not like the Brits. He's Irish. You're talking Biden. He made loads of anti-British comments throughout his career. Yeah, Biden has made all kinds of comments throughout his career. Vice President and so on. BBC responded, BBC, I'm Irish is why I would talk to you, but turn to another reporter. How many years ago was that? Yeah, I don't know. I can't see Trump leaving all the guns and kit behind in Afghanistan. Yeah, no, see, Trump's plan... See, Trump wants wanted the troops out of Afghanistan. Trump, the big air base, not the Kabul airport, but the big U.S. air base. Trump was at least everything I've heard, that the plans that were drawn up under the Trump administration was to keep that air base there and withdraw the troops basically everywhere else, and then use air power in support of the Afghan forces. Bagram, thank you, Captain Zapp. He was going to keep a security screen, for troops to secure Bagram Air Base, and the Afghan forces have been trained to rely upon American air power as fire support. So if you're getting attacked from somewhere, getting a bunch of Taliban coming at you, just call up American air support and we come in and do airstrikes against them. Okay. They were going to keep doing that, to my knowledge. Now, maybe not as much as they did before. And I think the Trump administration knew that some areas of Afghanistan were probably going to fall to the Taliban, but not all of Afghanistan, not most of it, not most of the equipment. It's Biden who pulls everything out. And I don't know why they did that. I mean, was it the Army and the Air Force that just sort of like made the plans and bugged out, or what, and just did it? Or was it the White House telling the Army, no, get everything out? We want to show how bad Trump's plan of leaving Afghanistan was. Or what they were thinking. Because they could have changed their minds. I mean, you elected a new president. People elected a new president. They were against Trump. They were against the withdrawal from Afghanistan. They said so during the campaign. They said they were against the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Well, they publicly said that. And they said that Trump was wrong in doing it. So why didn't they change their mind? What? Going back on a deal with the Taliban? They were worried about that? Maybe they're pro-Islamic fanatics, but unless you're going to say that they're actually pro-Islamic fanatics, the Afghan government wanted them to stay. It wasn't like the Afghan government wanted them gone. The Filipino government wanted the U.S. bases gone from Cebu. And they weren't going to go until the volcano erupted and covered the base in lava. And the U.S. decided, well, okay, we're leaving, and didn't rebuild the base. But the Philippine government wanted the bases gone, the naval and air base down there. That's why we've moved to Guam and Okinawa now. Japan wants us there. Guam is a U.S. possession. Guamanians love us. They think America's great. They Iwo Jima, not way, much too big. Oh, here, Guam. They get occupied by Japan. And then the U.S. comes in and flattens every single building in Guam. Literally every single building in Guam. And the Guamanians, or Guamians, or however you want to say it, are very so happy for America to return. After we blow the hell out of their island, we were still much, much better than the Japanese occupying it. Yeah, no, they're happy with us. They're perfectly happy with U.S. occupation and possession. They do not want to be an independent republic. They do not want to be an independent island. They want to be America's air base in the Pacific. They trust me. They want that. Their whole economy is based around it. They're very happy of being American possession, and it's not just propaganda. They truly want to be an American possession. We had to stop all frontline combat operations in Afghanistan, and had been holding the Taliban with force multipliers from U.S. and U.K., not just U.S. air power, heavily invested. Yes, U.K. was heavily invested for 3 years, but they could have continued to do so for another 30 years. Yeah, that was the point, is they wanted to just get basically most all of the troops out, with the ability to maybe surge in some troops for a particular offensive, and probably, if you identify an Al-Qaeda type terrorist camp that they needed to attack, send in American or British SAS or somebody, special forces, to go zap a camp and then leave. They weren't planning, Trump was not planning on getting rid of Bagram Air Base, as far as I know. If you can find good references to documents that prove I'm wrong, well then do so, and I'll say I'm wrong. But to the best of my knowledge, they were going to keep Bagram, and they were going to keep supporting the ANA. That's my understanding. But Biden decided to pull out. Or the Biden administration. Technically, it would be the Biden administration decides to fully pull out. I don't know their thinking on it, especially when they said it was the wrong thing to do. Are they just that fucking short-sighted enough that they want to make Trump look bad? To say, he's bad. See, it's bad. Or what? I don't know. Or they just, yeah. Puerto Rico, statehood. It would probably be good for Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a rather corrupt place. Now, we have corrupt states in the United States. Louisiana is a very corrupt government. States. Illinois is a very corrupt state. I don't know the last governor or something, but at one point it was like 3 out of the 4 previous governors of the state of Illinois was in prison. All at the same time. You have Blagojevich, messing up his name, Blagojevich, whatever. Is famously for one trying to sell Obama's Senate seat once Obama becomes president. But when he went in, it was, I think it was 3 out of the 4 previous governors of the state of Illinois were in prison, at least for a major amount of time. Whether they were all immediately in prison at the same time, I'm not sure, but all had done major stints in prison. So basically it was become governor of Illinois and go to prison. Mostly after you were, lost your next election, then they would go to prison. So we have corrupt states in the United States. I mean criminally corrupt, not just abuses of power or other BS that we, voters don't like. I mean actual criminal things that you go to prison for, and people, high elected officials going to prison for. So we have that in the United States. Don't you foreigners, they're going after the previous governor of New York right now for sexual harassment stuff. He may or may not go to jail. I don't know. But, most of the states, most of the time, most of the politicians aren't so, criminally corrupt in that they're breaking laws. They're sort of corrupt in getting their buddies, offices, support, they're sort of corrupt in the sense that they're not necessarily breaking any laws. They're just staying within law, whatever the laws are, just staying within, but they're still doing corrupt practices that way. If you know sort of what I mean, because corruption doesn't necessarily mean illegal activity. It's just like corrupt policies, that like maybe favor one industry over another or something. There's policy. But we do have Louisiana and Illinois. They're very corrupt states. New Jersey's another one that's, no, it's Virginia. New Jersey's right here. I do sort of know the geography. New Jersey, and you may have seen The Sopranos, but that state is corrupt, and a lot of the governors there have gone to jail, gone to prison. So yeah, there are serious corruptions in America. Puerto Rico's pretty well corrupt too. Basically, my understanding is Puerto Ricans are U.S. citizens, okay? But they live in a territory, not in a state. They get to vote in presidential elections if they have a geographical address in the 50 states, but they don't get to vote in presidential elections. I know they don't get to vote in presidential elections if they live down in Puerto Rico. The Democratic primary allows them to do a primary, some primary votes, but that's just the Democrats. It's not voting for the president once the actual vote happens. They would get votes. The problem is culture. I don't know. There's cultural conflict out there. And, this is what people often mistake for racism. It's cultural conflict. It's not their skin color. It's that they mostly speak Spanish. There's English is pretty good, maybe. You have, I guess these are the U.S. Virgin Islands down here, which are English speaking. We got them from Denmark at some point. And that was, I think we bought them from Denmark. We didn't invade them. I don't know if they want to be. I think mostly the independence movement is petered out. I think the nail in the coffin of the independence movement was some of the recent hurricanes that have hit and done such horrible damage. And I think the Puerto Rican people realized that without U.S. federal assistance to rebuild it, they would be heading to Dominican Republican levels, not down to Haiti levels, but down to Dominican Republic levels. So I think they don't want to be independent anymore. That's my assessment here. But yeah, that's my assessment. They don't want to be independent, but I don't know that they want to be statehood. That may be. Hello, 1P. How you doing? Creative status quo maintain about 500 troops. Okay, we're still talking about that. Doesn't the U.S. military have a standing orders or something along the lines of if you have to bug out and you can't take all the kit with you, you destroy it? Okay, but you see, the U.S. withdrew all of its military equipment from Afghanistan. We did not leave any U.S. military equipment in Afghanistan, as far as I know. I mean, there may have been a rifle or two left at the embassy, but I even sort of doubt that. I don't think the U.S. left any U.S. military equipment in Afghanistan. All the equipment that gets taken over is stuff that we'd given to the ANA, the Afghan National Army. Now, it was U.S.-made equipment. It was paid for by the U.S. taxpayer, but that was all equipment we had given over to the Afghans. It wasn't U.S. government. We got all, to my knowledge, now, again, somebody can prove me wrong by, if they were there and know the facts, but because I talked to people that dealt with various withdrawals from Iraq over the time period, and we were withdrawing every bit of the military equipment out. We didn't leave a damn thing there. Now, we left equipment that we left for the Iraqi army, which had made in USA thing. And part of this is when we were organizing up the Iraqi army early on, we gave them a bunch of American Abrams tanks. And I was asking around, and somebody who was involved there said, and I asked, well, we're withdrawing. Did we get our tanks back? And he said, oh, yes. We made sure we got our American Abrams tanks back and gave them export Abrams tanks. Because the Abrams tanks that the Egyptians use and some other nations, and the Abrams tanks that the Iraqis use, they're export models. They don't have all of the ups and extras that the American Abrams have, including the armor packages. The U.S. armor have armor packages of deleted uranium armored rods in the armor package that it puts on it. The export models do not have that. So someone who was involved assured me that, yes, we clawed back every last one of those Abrams tanks that we loaned Iraq to train up on, and we left them with export models of Abrams. So they, from the outside, they look the same. It's the inside guts that are the difference, and we got all of those back. So yeah, we left. So the drones that none of the. Oh, also, I'm sure that all of the drones that the Taliban captured have a special chip in them that won't let them fly over Europe and kamikaze into some important building in Europe. I'm sure they won't. But like all the drones that we left for the ANA were not the same high-level drones, technologically wise, that the U.S. has. So they got, dumbed-down models. So they got drones. They got flying effective drones, and I've seen photos of them video them flying, ANA drones that, yes, they were made in America, and they're similar to the U.S. drones. In some cases, they may be the same, but not the high-tech ones. So yeah, no, we got all of our U.S. property out of Afghanistan that we wanted. That is how we rolled with this. This is not that. Yeah, New Jersey's out of control. Every minute better to leave working kit for the enemy. The policy years back times even into the RNA to expect. Yeah, well, they cannot represent the Senate as they are not a state. Yes, well, they have. What it is Puerto Rico, Guam, Washington, D.C., and maybe somewhere else elect a representative as an observer to the U.S. Congress. And I think it's one person to both houses. They don't get to vote on anything. And it's not to the House of Representatives, they don't, in either house, they don't get to vote, but they elect a person to go to Congress to represent their interests. So like if you want to, so if a Puerto Rican business wants to deal with something with the U.S. government and they want to talk to their elected representative, they go talk to this man or woman in Washington, D.C., and then that person talks to the Department of Motor Vehicles or whatever the hell. They go talk to whatever. Or if there's some law being passed in Washington, D.C. that might affect particularly Puerto Rico, the congressmen or the senators can go talk to this representative, or that representative can officially go back and tell the people of Puerto Rico, hey, they're going to propose a law that says you can't go surfing on Sundays. We want to oppose it or something, whatever it might be, So they have an elected person. Guam does as well. Washington, D.C. has an elected person because they're not a state either. So they have elected representatives, and maybe one to the House and the Senate, or maybe one jointly. I don't know which for sure, and I don't know if it's different for different ones. But they do have an elected person in Washington, D.C. But again, they don't vote on anything. They don't get to sign anything. So yeah, that's how that works. Would it not have been wise to blow up? Well, but we had no aircraft there. We had evacuated Bagram Air Base. What are we going to do? As Armory number 55 somewhere, we're going to launch out of Diego Garcia. Where's Diego Garcia? It's out here. Here's Diego Garcia. We're going to launch out as Armory number 55 in some part of, up in Herat up here. Where's Herat? Here's Herat. I think Herat. I thought Herat was more over here. But Herat or in Kandahar, okay, Kandahar is falling. The Armory right out here is going to fall in 5 hours to the Taliban. Oops, no, it was only 30 minutes, and the aircraft that's taking out of Diego Garcia, the bomber, is going to come up and blow it up. Yeah, where are you going to take off and land your aircraft? Out of Russian territory or Russian puppet state territory? Out of Iran? Out of Pakistan? They wanted us gone. Pakistan is a pro-Taliban government. The only reason the Taliban really is a thing anymore is because throughout the whole period of the U.S. fighting in Afghanistan, the Pakistani government has been supporting the Taliban. It's the only reason the Taliban still exists. So we're not going to be basing out of Pakistan. We're not going to be basing out of Iran. Maybe out of some of these puppet states here, because they really don't want to see the terrorists coming back either. Maybe. India would be happy to, but I don't let us base out of them, I think. But because the India was very pro Afghan government because they wanted an ally on the far side of Pakistan. But I don't know, again, that Pakistan really wants us to overfly their territory so much. It's sort of out here. There's no real air defenses. This is just desert wasteland. This is desert wasteland down here, you freaking nuts. This is desert wasteland. There ain't no mountains down here, Paradox Game Map Maker. There may be mountains up here, maybe, but not down here. And maybe hills or deserts, but... but flying over the more densely controlled areas, flying military aircraft out of India, flying over Pakistan, very well might get Pakistan to shoot them down just because they may be Indian attacking aircraft. So, yeah, you can't really just blow them up like you might think, AKB. I mean, it would be a good idea, but it's not a practical idea to blow up individual armories as the Taliban is taking them over. And what are you going to do, blow them up as the Afghan ANA still occupies the base? That doesn't seem likely either. As a result of Puerto Rico's status as U.S. territory, the citizens of Puerto Rico do not have any voting representation in the United States federal government. Instead, outright representation, though, the 3 senators in the House of Representatives. Puerto Rico has, one non-voting resident commissioner. Yeah, that's what in the House of Representatives. Just asked Alexa. Well, cool. Yeah, that's basically what I was talking about. And that it's an official elected position, but it's a resident whatever commissioner that's a non-voting, except for all the equipment in the Afghanistan army. It was captured by Taliban. That the Northern Alliance, or whatever they're called, the National Resistance now, they did get a little bit of equipment out, but not much, unfortunately. The gear that was left, the Afghan needs maintenance. Taliban does not have, a huge amount of the equipment. A huge amount of equipment. And I've seen photos of, let's be conservative here, 50 trucks in the photos lined up with armored personnel carriers on them or other U.S. military equipment driving. People have taken photos and videos of them driving at least 50 trucks in one photo, not like multiple photos of trucks carrying U.S. military equipment into Iran. They are selling off huge amounts of that equipment into Iran, and Iran is buying it. They've got enough M4s to cannibalize and use for years. they're the new status symbol in Afghanistan. Not if it doesn't work, plus modern weaponry is seriously maintenance intensive. Yeah, but you only need to use a drone once for a suicide drone mission. You know, it's not that you got to keep using it a lot. You just got to use it once. So, yeah, no, very true. They don't have the industrial base to keep it all going. Where does this river go? Starts here, goes to there. Is that real? Does it just like disappear into a hole? Huh, I don't know. Doesn't it go to the sea at all? I know this is a god-awful dry desert, so maybe it doesn't. Okay. I'm sure there's no railroad here at this time. What the hell? I'm just sure there's no railroad. Oh. Yeah, they very well might have took it. Well, they need the money. Yeah, U.S. blocked their financial reserves, thus they need. Yeah, they're going to sell their stuff. Hello, Ragar. Oh, they've got lots of small arms. Yeah, they don't need a bunch of MRAPs. They just don't need that stuff, and they're selling it off to Afghanistan. Yeah, the ANA that was able to get across the border evacuate, but a lot of places they were unable to. I don't know the details of some of the stuff going on. It was a mess. But you see, the problem really isn't that the Taliban has any weapons. That for the world at large, and the U.S. in particular, the Taliban can have, that we left there, the Taliban can have any of those weapons. It isn't going to hurt America. Not one little bit. It's who gets those weapons other than the Taliban that's going to hurt America. Is it Iran? Is it some technological thing that the Chinese were also in buying massively. They showed up before the final fall of Kabul. They showed up here and were buying weapons massively, technological weapons. They weren't trying to buy M4 carbines or whatever. They were buying, drones and any other piece of tech they could get their hands on, at least examples, because they want examples of it. They were paying big money cash to Taliban people. So China came in before the fall of Kabul and stayed there after, buying up all kinds of stuff. And then there were documented cases, I'm not sure if it was out of the Kabul airport or one of the other airports, of large Chinese cargo planes landing, getting things loaded onto them, and flying out. So that China gets a hold of some of this stuff, that Russia gets a hold of some of this stuff technologically, they're worried about that. And they're worried about the other terrorists, other than, the Taliban. People like Al-Qaeda, like ISIS, like whatever, getting hold of the stuff. So if Taliban gives a drone to Al-Qaeda or ISIS or whoever, that's a problem. But that the Taliban flies a drone around Afghanistan, that's not going to hurt America, because America is over here. It ain't going to hurt America. And our base down in Diego Garcia, I don't think they can get to it. So the Taliban isn't the problem with anything we left there. It's who else gets it. Whether it's Iran or some other terrorist group. We should have invaded Pakistan too. We decided to go and make Afghanistan a Western puppet. Chinese wanted to test U.S. weapons in real tests. Absolutely, Ragar. Yeah, no, they wanted to test things. I'm sure they probably bought a few M4 carbines or whatever just to have a few of them, if they didn't already have some. But that wasn't a primary thing. It was get a hold of things like radios, because they want to test. They want to, one, take them apart to see what they are. Two, they want to test for like jamming them. What does it take to jam them or something like that? Well, Pakistan's been a Chinese ally for a long time. Pakistan has nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, Pakistan bamboozled America. They bamboozled Bush, the younger. They bamboozled him. The Pakistanis knew where Obama was because they were Osama bin Laden. I'm getting to Obama in a minute. Osama bin Laden. And it was under Obama that they found him hiding in Pakistan. And the Pakistanis, and I think the head of state, maybe not known as the location of his house, but I'm sure he knew that the Pakistani government was hiding Osama bin Laden. And they bamboozled us, is how I would state. Their national interest, because when you talk about aggression, again, like we were talking about earlier, but it's sort of the war over this and long-term strategic conflict between Pakistan and India, that Pakistan wants the Taliban in control in Afghanistan, and not a U.S. puppet that is also aligned with India. So they bamboozled us. I would probably make a sucky world leader. Now, I think I'd make a great one, but I probably would. I probably would have used the 9/11 attacks. You know, people talk about Bush, but I would have used the 9/11 attacks and our operations in Afghanistan. I would have had my special force type leaders. I would have had it if I was the president then. I would have had a very private sit down with them as a president and go, how well could we secure and withdraw the Afghan nuclear arsenal? And try to get really honest answers about that. What would it take? Do we have, because they use some stealth helicopters that I had never heard of. Now, I'm not the most plugged in person, I know that. But I had never heard of some of the stealth helicopters, and I've seen a recent photo of, I don't know if it was one of the ones that was used, or the type that was used to go in after Osama bin Laden, but a stealth helicopter, and wow, that was sort of impressive. Photo of one, just how stealthy they're supposedly. And because I don't know, as I'm, you need to be in the proper intelligence type thing, but where is the nuclear weapons kept? How secure are they? Can we secure them? I'm not saying without casualties, but I mean, can we secure them without nuclear bombs going off? I would have organized that up. I wouldn't have asked Pakistan because they're going to say no. And I would have gone in and secured Pakistan's nuclear weapons. And yes, kill as many Pakistanis as needed. If you're showing up out of the darkness in the base, you're probably going to shoot the guards. But the guys sleeping in the barracks, if they're surrendering, let them surrender. Or whatever, to secure them, and get U.S. forces on the ground and find, how well did we know where all the nuclear weapons were? Secure them, presence there. And once we have guys sitting there and going, okay, Pakistan, are you going to let us move these out peacefully, or are we going to fight over them? Whether that means war or whatever, or whether we're at a state of war now already, whatever that means, are you going to fight us over withdrawing your nuclear weapons or not? And we've got all of our air power ready to come down on you. And at most, if you don't let us withdraw your weapons that we've secured, at least what we're going to do is we're going to plant explosives on all of them and get our personnel out there, and you're going to have, not the nuclear reaction going off, the blowing up with the, proper nuclear reaction, but we're going to blow them up, and which will spread dirty material around before we withdraw. So every single nuclear weapon will be destroyed, or we get to withdraw them out there without causing more damage. And I would have given that ultimatum once I got the weapons in my hands. I would have done that. And that would have signaled to Iran, you better stop your program or we're going to do the same damn thing to you. That's what I would have done. And I would have just used the excuse of the 9/11 attacks, terrorist attacks. We had a Taliban-supported ISIS group coming out, or Al-Qaeda group coming out of your region, and we were afraid that someday some terrorist group was going to get a hold of your nuclear weapons, so we had to withdraw them. Just use that as public things, and I would have gotten them out. Maybe that would have been a stupid move and caused World War III or something. I don't know. Now, maybe if my army says we can't do it, sir, because of not legal reasons, but they're too spread around and we don't know that we can get them. And if they would have said that to me, I would have said, fine, okay, we can't take their nuclear weapons. I understand that, generals and admirals. Great. Secure a plan that we're not going to do as sanctions. We're going to do a blockade. No ships get to enter or leave Pakistani ports. No trade. And although the U.S. was moving lots and lots of supplies through Pakistan, I would be stopping that. No trade through Afghanistan. And the one little highway link into Sikkim, part of China here, isn't going to be much of a trade route. And of course, India doesn't trade. We're going to, and I don't think there's going to be much of a trade with Iran. And if we might even decide to drop bombs on bridges or whatever going to Iran. We're going to blockade you until you give up your nuclear weapons. Blockade, not sanction. Not, well, we're not going to trade with you in other countries. Nope, we're going to, no ships in or out of any nation, Pakistani or otherwise. Yeah, Chinese ships, you want to show up, you try to get through, we're going to sink you. Sorry. Do you really want to go to war over Pakistan? I don't think China would have. That would have been my plan number 2. But that you can definitely have a regime that's, goes into madness and tries to hold on against all the international threats. Because if we just hold out for 6 months, somebody's going to come and whatever. That would have been my move. If my military told me we couldn't secure the nuclear weapons, and if my generals, because they lied to me the first time and saying we can't secure them, they can then make the decide, oops, sorry, I think we could secure the nuclear weapons, because they lied to Trump heavily. I mean, hell, they told him we withdrawn all of our troops out of Syria, and they lied to him, and they left them there. That is a crime. That is a crime. Whether you think they should be there or not, it's a crime what those generals did. They should be up on charges for it. But Trump was bad, so anything you did bad to Trump, you're excused. Even if it was committing a crime. Have you opened there? Okay. So you go. Chinese money. Okay, just stay away from there altogether. Anti-terrorist operations, yes, but no invasion. When head of an invasion of Afghanistan, that river was Syria or Oxus, and it runs into the Aral Sea. Okay. That's what I would have sort of guessed. But you can, I guess maybe it's not, because I would have thought it would have connected up with here, which, yeah, does run, or in what had been the Aral Sea. Now that's dry now, but, thanks, Plastic Gangsta. Yeah, because it just seems to disappear here. And maybe it's not enough of a geographical feature. Because rivers should only be big enough if they really affect strategic level of operations, not just any level of operation. Well, guys, okay. I'm shit scared of nukes. Oh yeah, I get that. I believe that deterrence was secured almost a century apiece because over even Chinese and anybody else wants to press the button, but now they're getting smaller and smaller. Yeah, see, China is a rational country. It's rational. Putin, the Soviet Union, and even Putin are rational countries, okay? Iran believes in Islamic revolutionary thought, in that the second coming of Muhammad or whatever is going to happen, and it's going to happen in they believe this stuff is what's really happening. These radical Islamic revolutionists. So those are the people I don't trust with nuclear weapons. And although I don't currently think the current Pakistani government is that kind of nut job, but I believe there's nut jobs within the Pakistani government that are that way. And they could turn weapons over to, here's just one of our extra nukes, go use it, for Allah, kind of thing. And that's what scares me. It's not so much that Pakistani has nukes. It's that, and same with Iran. Well, Iran, because I think they might try to launch at Israel or other nations, like Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia will get nukes. Saudi Arabia will get nukes once Iran clearly has nuke weapons, not just, building things. So if you want to keep Saudi Arabia from having nuclear weapons, you're either going to have to invade it or keep Iran from having nuclear weapons. So, yeah, so that's it. I mean, terrorists with nukes. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You don't need terrorists with the nukes in a suitcase, plastic gangster. All you need is a shipping container, put a nuclear weapon into it, and then play, 3-card Monty or find the P under the shell, move it around through some of the, start in, different international shipping things, move it from one container company to another one, to then, I don't know, move it to a port. And they talked about, I remember after 9/11, they had all these they're not scanning those damn cargo containers like they claimed. All these scanning machines to see if there's bombs inside of them as they move through the port. Bullshit. They made some, and they do have some maybe from suspected countries they run through the thing, but to see if there's nuclear material in them. But you don't even have to bring it, don't have to unload it from the ship. You just have to have the ship gets to here and know that, get the guy sitting over here will see the ship is sitting off the port here. Yes, I live in greater LA area, that's why I'm picking this one. Sitting off of one of those cargo ships off there, and he sees it, confirms it, and hits the button. Now, maybe he hits the button and there's an 8-hour timer that he could bug out, but knowing these radicals, it could blow up right there. So boom, nuclear weapon, blowing right off cargo container. Don't even have to get it through any customs. Just, sitting off Rotterdam, boom, just sitting on the ship, sitting anywhere on the ship. But maybe they can smuggle it off the ship into into one of these other ports, put it on the back of a big truck that carries cargo containers, and drive it into the center of Paris, and boom. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a suitcase. Yeah, tracking them by GPS, but also shipping. You can do all kinds of stuff, just because you can play, you try to get it through semi-legitimate sources and you move it, from somewhere to Egypt. And then from Egypt, you send it to, I don't know, Ceylon. And then from Ceylon, you send it to Singapore. And then you try to, I don't know how easy or how hard it would be. Maybe easy, maybe hard to scrub off its original source. And then you're just shipping a cargo container from Singapore to, I don't know, Europe, to wherever in the world you want to go. And it's now looking to be mostly clean cargo container, so you can put it on the big cargo ships, that look normal commercial stuff. And boom. Or maybe get it through the shipping, maybe you'll know that Rotterdam's hard to get in, but Hamburg isn't, or something. They don't check too much, and we could get it in through there. And you can easily booby trap it so that if you try to open the cargo container, it goes boom. Because you're probably now if they get, yes, if you know that there's a bomb in there, you could probably cut through part of the cargo container and go in and defuse it. But if you're just like regular cargo inspectors, kind of thing, just go, where's it? This is from Singapore. Well, we're going to check this one out. Open the door, bang. That would be easy to set off the bomb that way, or relatively so. And so then you got a bomb in there. So yeah, that's easy, and that can be done with with any crude, even like the early the nukes that we dropped on Japan. Any crude nuclear device can be done with that, and so you can take it off a missile head from somewhere. It doesn't have to be high tech. It can be an old one, could be a new one, could be a big nuke, a small nuke, whatever you want, and you can move it. You can put it on board ship. Hell, you could. Here's the other thing, and I thought of all this after 9/11, so this is a long time ago. The other thing you can do is just put it on an airplane. You know, some of these planes, and there's a whole list of planes that have gone missing. Not crashed, mind you. Gone missing. There's a difference. And I don't mean take off and, oops, it didn't land. You know, like what happened to it, like plane whatever in Indonesia. I'm not talking about that. Weird fantasies about that. I'm just talking about planes that, well, it was last reported on the tarmac in Luanda here in Angola. Where is it? There was a whole list, and people published way back, you know, after 9/11, whole list of missing aircraft. It was last on the airport here. We don't know what happened from there because they don't have any records of it taking off. You know, just somebody bribed somebody, and it's disappeared. You know, stolen or whatever. So, you know, back then there was 20 or 30 significant cargo planes that were missing. Not like they took off. Well, maybe a few of them might have been scheduled to land at some airport and they didn't, but nobody reported a crash. And a lot of this happened in Africa. Some of them happened in South America, probably drug related, you know, drug traffickers wanting to take it over. But so put a nuclear bomb on board of a big cargo jet and make it seem like it's just another, you know, put it up in the air traffic kind of thing and put a transponder that looks like some commercial airline. And how close is that going to get to Paris before they shoot it down? You know, and it says that, you know, it's a Turkish airline flight or a Ukraine Airlines flight coming in that, you know, took off from Iran, but flew over Ukraine and says it's a Ukrainian Airlines flight coming in. And just try to, no, we're the real flight 500. That other flight 500 from Ukraine that's scheduled, that's the wrong aircraft. So there's two flight 500s coming in or something, you know, a little more sophisticated than that, coming into Paris. And one's a little early and one's a little late. Which one do you shoot down? Do you even realize that? You don't even have to land it on Paris. You don't even have to have pilots good enough to land. You just got pilots that can put it on autopilot, fly it over Paris, get close enough, boom. So yeah. And yeah, well, chemical's a problem. But chemical is hard to spread. Okay? So if you release a lot of mustard gas really high in the air, you know, fairly high altitudes, it may hurt people and may kill a few people, but probably isn't going to take out a city. Or, you know, chlorine gas or some of these other chemical weapons are bad. A bit, well, it depends on where you blow up a, you know, high explosive, of course, and how much high explosives but they're not a whole lot worse. Biological weapons, well, we did see people attempting to do anthrax, but that didn't work out. Didn't really kill many people or kill anybody. Just didn't. Maybe a few people died because they got too close to the envelopes. Biological, if it's a properly weaponized biological, which is hard to do, that can be scary, but yeah, that's maybe not so terrible. Not so great, but not so terrible. If the delivery message is a ship, then you can make a bomb as big as you want. Absolutely, but the cargo container, it normally can fit your bomb good enough, and that you can just play, you know, shuffle them on that. Just, yeah, I know, yeah, but a lot of it would disperse anyways. Because, you know, mustard gas disperses. You know, because they would let mustard gas go out and the gas warning whatevers would go off and people would scramble. You know, I'm thinking World War I here. People would scramble and put on their gas masks and other protective clothing and deal with it. Normally the enemy would come and they would do their battle. And then the battle was over, they would take their gas masks off and they would stay away from all the shell pockets and stay away from their trenches because that's where all the mustard gas would settle into it. But I think it's within a day or two, they could go right back into them because of dissipation. But I know eventually it did dissipate. So if you're, you know, I'm not talking like stratosphere heights, but I'm just talking fairly damn high, I think it'll just dilute. over, I'm not saying somebody won't have burn, some people might be blinded and some people might have some bad effects. I'm not saying it, and maybe a few people would die, but you're not going to kill a city with it. It's going to be bad, yeah, but I don't know that it's going to be any worse than flying a jet plane full of fuel into a building would be worse, 9/11. So I don't know that it would be any worse than that. And if you're like driving a truck around spewing the stuff out, yeah, well, but that's going to be bad. But again, you can park a big truck bomb like they did to the Oklahoma City bombing, and blow up a big building, or they tried to do to the World Trade Center. So yeah, a truck bomb, chemical weapon, yeah, they're both bad, but they're not Not what keeps me up at night. Chemical weapons, and yeah, if like I say, if properly weaponized bioweapon, that could. But they were looking at those. I mean, they did find evidence that Al Qaeda was researching the topic. I don't know that they were building any bioweapons, but they were researching the topic. I think they found good evidence of that. Of people getting manuals and doing research to see if they wanted to set one of those off, but I don't think they were anywhere near like producing it. And bioweapons, yeah, it can be something as pretty simple as a rotted corpse of an animal, but dumped in a well. But really to affect large populations, weaponized is that. So I'm not really worried too much about bioweapons from terrorists. Not too worried. I'm not too worried about a chemical attack. I'm not saying it's you go, hey gamer, tomorrow there's a big attack or something. What do you? Yeah, I'm not saying it wouldn't be bad. I'm just saying it's not like nukes going off. I really don't think it's like nukes going off. Be a great way to make your target very angry. Yeah. Luckily, most terrorists. Yeah, it's more of the capacity. And that's what makes me worried about Pakistan, is that if the people there are creating bioweapons or something to deal with India, or if they have a weapons program, them handing it off to a terrorist, that is my concern. Not do some guys sitting in Kandahar going to build some bioweapons lab and do something, I don't know, like have a COVID release or something, They might, but I think China is. If any of you think that wasn't a lab leak, I know some people think it was an intentional leak. I don't think so, but I totally believe that COVID was a lab leak. A gain-of-function lab leak. So that was a man-made Chinese responsible. Yes, I do think the U.S. government did fund research at that facility, but obviously, here's Wuhan. I think it's a lab leak out of Wuhan. Obviously the people running the labs are the ones responsible for it, and I do not believe, I could be wrong, I do not believe it was the Chinese government doing it on purpose. I don't even believe it was a rogue scientist doing it on purpose. I think it was just a lab leak, and it's done what it's done. And I think it's this kind of level of needing for a proper bioweapon. The main effect would be economic damage caused by people afraid. Yeah, Captain Zap. Yeah, I'm not saying there wouldn't be a lot of damage from from a chemical attack, but if you get the right explosives, you can shut down the right bridges. You can shut down stuff. Yeah. So there's just a few bridges over this Colorado River here that you could blow up, and that would cause massive economic headaches. So you have to go around here. You can do a lot of stuff with just conventional explosives. You don't need chemical. What lab leak? Oh, I'm talking about the Wuhan COVID lab leak. I don't know if you've been hearing about this pandemic we've been having. I believe it's entirely from the Wuhan virology lab. I may be wrong, but that's what I believe. And no, like I said before, I do not believe it was intentional. It may have been, but I don't believe so. I think it was just a lab leak. So yeah, okay guys. I loved hanging out with you, talking with you. I'm going to have to make some other episodes for regular Hearts of Iron stuff coming later this week. I will be back tomorrow with War Thunder. I hope any and all of you who want to can join me then. For Sunday, we will do War Thunder. We maybe, if some of the participants will play some, a few of us now have, what's the, I keep forgetting that it's a weird name. One of the worst named games in the ever. Just one of the worst named games. What's it called? God, I'm blanking. Oh, Postscriptum. I mean, can you think of a worse name than Postscriptum? Cool game. A few of us have got it now. We're probably going to be playing some of that. Yeah. Okay, Garno's woken back up. Yes, Postscriptum. So. Thanks, Plastic Gangster. Yeah, this is. I know you sort of found me through Slithering Matrix, and I try to stay mostly on topic for Slithering Matrix, but I do my own things. Now, this is definitely playing Hearts of Iron 4 and hanging out with Gamer here. Tomorrow we definitely talk about topics, but it's a little more focused on playing War Thunder. But yeah, this is just to keep this in mind. I'm different here than I am there. They know, trust me, they know about me over in Slithering Matrix, that I'm very political on my own and have my own viewpoints. But I try best to not bring my personal politics when I'm streaming for them. I do talk about history, as you know, but I try to keep my personal politics out of that. But here I'm totally on it. And I'm happy if you disagree with my personal politics. It's fine. We'll have a debate on it if you want. My pet theory, COVID was an underpaid intern, got into dispose of somebody. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a lab leak. I'm not, I'm not trying to, say the leak. Now, I'm saying that they may be trying to figure out bioweapons. That's a different matter. Whether they're trying to devise, defenses against them, or trying to plan them if they want to do bioweapons, I don't know. But I truly believe it was a lab leak. And yeah, bioweapons are unpredictable. But okay, here's the thing. I said I was ending this, but what you do is you develop, you study, and because my understanding is, and I'm sure I have some details wrong, so if somebody wants to oh, you're wrong here, Gamer. Yeah, I'm probably wrong on some details. But from the facts as I understand them is they were doing gain of function research. So that means is if this COVID, whatever, 19 or whatever version of COVID, if it were to jump to humans and become virulent, what would it be like? And then once we learn that, then we can make a vaccine for it, right? That's my understanding of what you do. So what I think they were doing was, at minimum, trying to develop something to then be able to develop a vaccine for it if it naturally got over. But I think there's a strong possibility that they wanted to create a bioweapon, but they also wanted to create a vaccine for it so that they would be ready and could give it to their people. And then be able to, if they chose to, not saying they were going to, but if they chose to, they could release the bioweapon and that they would have a vaccine ready for their people. So, problem with lab leak theory is things are typically studied far away. Yeah, but the virology lab is here. I agree with you. If they stuck it out and somewhere out the hell out here in a desert town, not in a city, but in a desert town, so that if it leaked out too bad, they could, napalm the whole town with the people in it. It's sort of like you have high risk job, you get high pay, and if you retire before they need to nuke, or not not nuke, but napalm the town. You get out and you make your $1 million for working in whatever, and you go back and you're done. Or, of course, if you're an evil regime, you just make sure the guy gets a nice going away, yay, celebration, going home, and then never shows up because we don't want to have the world know that we have a secret biolab. So, that's what if you were an evil government, you would just sort of kill everybody as they leave, quietly somewhere. But, yeah, and think that, I think the work in the lab was more likely gain of function research for very well maybe less nefarious reasons. Can be used as a weapon. Yeah, no, I agree, Plastic Gangster. It is probably most likely just trying to study to be able to prevent, because of the earlier some of the earlier viruses jumping, the bird flu stuff, the whatever, I forget, some of the other stuff that had jumped and China tried to ignore and hide. But yeah, I think it was that. But I don't trust the Chinese government not to be doing a bioweapon either. See, I don't believe the U.S. would make a bioweapon. They might be doing research to be able to, do gain of function research to then figure out how to get ahead of things, and things may go oops. But I don't think they would do a bioweapon. I don't think, however bad you want to say the U.S. government is, I don't think they do bioweapons. I may be wrong, but I don't think, they wouldn't tell me if they were, but I don't think they would. I don't trust China not to do that. Hey, Kodiak, how you doing? We're just getting ready to wrap up here, so you're sort of showing up late. Yeah, maybe here in India, but here in the U.S. labs are in the middle of cities. Yeah, I don't know. Well, U.S. is a bit crazy. I heard they found viral in a I forget what it, yeah, it was, no problem, you can watch it anytime, Kodiak, but glad to have you here. Yeah, I heard about they had bottles marked, whatever it was, they found in a freezer recently, but I don't know if that's what was in them. I just heard that they had bottles marked. Chinese definitely tried to hush this up. Oh, well, of course, China tries to hush everything up. Okay, guys, my voice is going. I know I took one Ricola, but I got to get off of here so I can speak tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. Like I say, I'll be back tomorrow. War Thunder. Yeah, if we can hang out and talk about other subjects too, but mostly War Thunder. And I'll be back on for Slytherin. And I forget what game it is, but it's Tuesday. Oh, I think it's Field of Glory Medieval. So, we'll talk medieval stuff then. So thanks, everyone. See ya. And we're gonna